Chapter 1334. This mountain peak was extremely magnificent, occupying a vast area. All types of ancient trees grew, taking root on the precipitous cliffs and precipitous cliffs. They were verdant and dark green, flickering with multicolored light, as if they were carved from jade. There were even spiritual springs that gurgled down along the precipice, turning into silver waterfalls that poured down like the Milky Way from the 9 heavens, accompanied by waves of thin smoke and colorful mist. As for ancient medicines, they were everywhere, and they were rooted at the foot of the mountain, on the precipices, and before the Tao platform. A sweet fragrance assaulted the nostrils while specks of light flickered, and they emanated strands of auspicious light and waves of fragrance. "Uncle, what's that?" The little kid's big eyes rolled around. He was curious about everything. "That's a Qilin beast with a thin immortal bloodline." Yi Fan replied, telling him that this wasn't a true Qilin, just a type of bloodline it left behind in this world. In front of the stone wall, a Qilin rested on its own. Purple energy surged, forming a dense expanse. Orchids grew in its surroundings, filling this place with multicolored light. This was a place where ancient medicines flourished. There wasn't a single weed. "What is that little fiery red bird?" "Ah, it's spitting fire. It even melted a mountain peak." Jianghu was astonished. Her little mouth was wide open. She had never seen these creatures before. "That's a fire sparrow. It's rumored to be the descendant of the vermilion bird." "Woo, it's not easy for it to grow to this extent," Yi Fan said. This fire sparrow was only the size of a palm, its entire body bright red, feathers gorgeous, as if cast from phoenix blood and scarlet gold. With a light shake of its wings, magical force overflowed into the heavens, moving about the volcano, making the great Tao rumble. Inside the Tsang clan's mountain gate, there were several tens to over 100 mountain peaks. Many rare birds and auspicious beasts roamed about, and all of them were mutant species from the primordial era. Some of them were extremely rare to see in the outside world. A middle-aged man could not take it anymore and shouted, "Saint Body, don't go too far. Where do you think this is? Do you think that there is no one in my heaven clan? Quickly leave, or else you will have to bear the consequences. I didn't break into the Tsang family. I just brought this child outside to take a look." "What's wrong with that?" Yi Fan said calmly. "This is my clan's pure land. Outsiders, especially your Saint Body bloodline, cannot step foot here. This is an affront of our dignity," he berated. Yi Fan's expression immediately sank. "Is this considered offending you? Then I want to ask, what did you do on the other ancient star? You broke into the home of the Saint Physique lineage and humiliated and trampled on him. This child has been bruised and bleeding since he was young. How could you do it?" Inside, this group of people, expressions froze, and then became incomparably cold, not of their voices, they. "All these years, when has the Saint Physique bloodline ever offended anyone? You people bully us at every turn. Haven't you humiliated us enough? Did I offend you by bringing this child here today? Comparing the two, this is nothing," Yi Fan shouted. These people could tell that the divine body from Burial Emperor Star and the little child didn't come with good intentions. They gave each other a look, their expressions cold and full of hostility. "Uncle," Jianghu called softly. "Don't worry, they're not scary at all. Maybe they'll even welcome us in." Yi Fan came here to get rid of the haze in Jianghu's heart. "I'm not afraid. In the future, I will personally defeat all of them." The little fellow puffed out his chest and said in high spirits. "You're just a descendant of a loser, yet you dare to come here and make irresponsible remarks?" Within the Tsang clan's mountain gate, a young man finally couldn't hold it in any longer, coldly mocking. "In this world, the strong are respected. Our ancestors won against the divine physique, and the descendants of the Azure Sky Overlord body are destined to surpass the bloodline of the divine tribe that has been eliminated. Why can't we use you to temper ourselves? This was a kind of high and mighty conceit, as well as a kind of intense hostility and a sense of superiority. It was also a naked humiliation. Of course, the two who spoke knew their limits as well. They didn't dare to leave the mountain gate and only mocked from within the Pure Land. They stood on the mountain peak with their arms crossed and coldly looked down. Is that so? The strong are respected. This world is really cruel. All right then, I will also work hard to become an expert and try. After speaking, Yi Fan disappeared with a whoosh. Boom! The ancient formation in front of the mountain gate was attacked and released monstrous waves of divine power. All kinds of Tao patterns interweaved, obliterating all intruders. A terrifying holy might filled the air. However, this couldn't stop Yi Fan at all. He had cultivated the Xing word formula to the acme of perfection. This secret technique could allow him to go up to the 9 heavens and down to the netherworld. There was no place in the world that he couldn't go. It was an extreme method to break formations. The ancient divine killing formation couldn't stop Yi Fan. He entered the mountain gate and appeared on the mountain peak, decisively attacking. Stop him! A group of people shouted. The enemy's attack was as fast as lightning, arriving in an instant. No one could react in time. Bang! When a few experts took action, Yi Fan had already grabbed 2 young men and retreated, rushing out of the mountain gate. This was a type of intimidation. Taking the head of an enemy amidst an army of 10,000 was as easy as taking something out of his pocket. Yi Fan directly captured the 2 young men who spoke rudely. Since the strong are respected, then I'll have to apologize to you 2 weaklings. I also need to sharpen myself, so I'll use you 2 to practice. Yi Fan said coldly. Pa! He swung out a palm, sending one of the young men flying. Blood splashed everywhere, and then he immediately followed up, trampling him down from midair and landing on the ground. Ow! This person cried out miserably. It didn't sound like a human anymore. His entire body was almost broken by Yi Fan's foot. All of this was the result of him being lenient. Otherwise, how could he still be alive? No! The other person shouted, scared to the point that his soul was about to leave his body. Just now, he felt intense pain all over his body, and now it was his turn. Yi Fan naturally wouldn't stop. He placed the young man in front of him and fiercely swung his right leg. Then, with great force, he kicked the young man flying like a soccer ball. Hong! In the distance, a short mountain was smashed by this person. Smoke and dust filled the air, and there were heart-wrenching and lung-splitting screams coming from that place. The weak are prey to the strong. Is this all there is to it? Today, I'm stronger than you guys. It seems like this is the best place to sharpen myself. Yi Fan pulled little Xianxia forward and kicked them once again, sending them flying into a pile of rubble. This was a brutal beating. In front of the Tsang clan, he was beating up the clan's disciples in front of their mountain gate. At this moment, the entire place was silent to the extreme. No one dared to believe this reality. Immediately afterwards, the Pure Land exploded. Many magical treasures flew over, and all of them flickered with multicolored light. They bombarded towards Yi Fan, wanting to kill him here. Yi Fan was extremely calm. He didn't waste any energy to resist. He operated the army formula and directly controlled the 2 captives to face these weapons and magical treasures. As a result, the brilliance completely retreated, and the attacks immediately stopped. Saint Physique, you have angered my Tsang clan. This is a humiliation to us. Don't even think about escaping today. There were people with violent tempers within the mountain gate who immediately roared. If not for the escort envoy's protection, your clan would have long been wiped out. The descendants of the losers actually dared to come to my clan's gate and make a move. This absolutely cannot be tolerated. This was something that had never happened before. For so many years, generation after generation, they had always held the advantage. When had they ever been bullied by their mortal enemy's bloodline like this? Their eyes were about to split open. Yi Fan wasn't in a hurry, giving the two youngsters another vicious beating. He led the rotten child and stepped on their bodies. His expression was tranquil as he said, "Everything I did was carried out according to your way of thinking. I am strong, so I can trample all of you under my feet. Isn't this normal? You are just losers, so aren't you supposed to be treated like this?" While speaking these words, he fiercely beat them up again, almost breaking apart their bones. In the end, they were tossed into the mountain gate like trash. Hong. Within the Tsang clan, a wave of exceptional domineeringness erupted. A stone mountain collapsed, and a demonic godlike figure rushed out, arriving high into the sky. "Saint Physique from Emperor Burial Star, you actually dare to humiliate my clan. The Tsang Sky Tyrant blood cannot be bullied. Today, you won't be able to leave." Yi Fan's reaction was extremely calm, as if he didn't care that much. This isn't much of a humiliation, right? Tsang family's people were driven mad. After all these years, who dared to stir up trouble here? This was the first time, yet this person actually said that it wasn't much. It was just too hateful. Everyone was furious. Yi Fan was still as calm as the clouds and winds. "Don't you all often do these types of things? I am far inferior to you all. If I didn't do it well, I hope you all can forgive me. Break it down." Everyone almost stomped their feet in anger. This was an undisguised beating, yet he still had such an indifferent appearance. It was extremely vexing. Many people gnashed their teeth in anger, truly wishing to tear him into 8 pieces. This saint who came out of isolation was extremely bold and powerful. He was tall and majestic like a demonic god. He didn't want to say anything and was about to rush out murderously. Suddenly, an old man appeared without a sound and grabbed his arm, not letting him leave the mountain gate. The others also quieted down. "Youngster, you are going too far," the elder said expressionlessly. "Not really, right?" Yi Fan was still the same, not forceful, not violent, a bit sloppy. When he spoke these words, there was even a hint of doubt, as if he was still asking for the other party's opinion. How vexing. A few people were so angry they wanted to skin him alive. They couldn't help but want to take action. Youngsters should know when to advance and when to retreat. This elder's face sunk. He stared at him and said, "Intruding into my ancestral cemetery is disrespectful, and even more so a type of humiliation. Coming to my clan's gate, I feel that none of these crimes can be established." Yi Fan shook his head, interrupting him and saying, "From ancient times until now, many people have gone to pay their respects to that great tomb. Everyone in the human race's 50th city knows about this, so why can't I do the same here?" The group of people were furious, many of them berating loudly. "Your clan and my firmament tyrant blood are old enemies. You are nothing more than a loser, so ascending the giant tomb is the most serious provocation. It is pardonable for others to ascend there, but your clan definitely cannot. What qualifications does the descendant of a loser have to ascend my clan's important land? This is a type of humiliation." Many youths glared at him angrily. They were young and full of vigor, so they felt a sense of superiority when facing the divine physique race. They naturally couldn't endure it. "You all say that this is a type of humiliation, so why did you act so impudently in front of the divine physique's solitary tomb on another ancient star? You even bullied his descendant and carved words on the stone wall in front of his tomb. Isn't this even more serious? Why do you always have a double standard?" Yi Fan coldly said. "Impudent." Some people from the Heaven clan could no longer endure it. "I'm not impudent at all." Yi Fan shook his head and recovered his indifferent appearance. "I didn't disrespect your ancestors, nor did I carve words randomly. I only picked 2 king medicines there. These are the medicinal herbs you should compensate for bullying little Yang Shi and causing him to be covered in cuts and bruises." The people from the Heaven clan almost spat out blood. Those were 2 king medicines. They were the most precious things in this world. Even the great sage bowed down for them because they could prolong his life. Some of the existences from the Heaven clan who didn't have much time left felt like dying after learning about this. Yi Fan leisurely said, "Don't worry. Before I left, I laid down some formations and transplanted over 10 rare ancient medicines inside. I reckon that they will all become king medicines in 20 to 30,000 years. You all won't suffer any losses." The group of people wanted to vomit blood again. Transplanting ancient medicines in their ancestral land? Whose medicinal field was this? Moreover, who could wait 20 to 30,000 years? Everyone wanted to eat him alive. I wonder if I'll have the chance to pick the ancient medicines I planted in 20 to 30,000 years. Yi Fan once again talked to himself. He felt very good about himself. Damn you! That was what everyone wanted to curse out loud. At this moment, only little Xianxia was looking at Yi Fan with a look of worship. Chapter 1335. The members of the Heaven clan all had gloomy expressions. Their hearts were filled with uncontrollable anger, and their hatred for Yi Fan was incomparable. Several experts secretly communicated with each other through their divine senses, preparing a forbidden artifact to launch a sudden attack and kill Yi Fan. Medicine King. An old man gnashed his teeth as he stared at Yi Fan. It seemed like he would pounce over at any moment. Yi Fan was still unconcerned as he led Xianxia around the periphery. He seemed to have seen the entire mountainous region, and there was a certain rhythm to his footsteps. The rotten child was curious about everything he saw. He blinked his large eyes and asked all sorts of questions. The 2 figures, one big and one small, did not seem to care at all. It was as if they were exploring a secluded place. He came at just the right time. If he didn't come, I would have personally left seclusion to kill him. I definitely won't allow a pure saint bloodline to coexist with my clan. A cold and emotionless voice came from the depths of the Heaven clan. The 2 granduncles are about to leave seclusion. The elders at the mountain gate were overjoyed, and the killing intent on their bodies became even stronger. The saint bloodline, no matter which era, is destined to be defeated. The voice from the depths of the beautiful mountain peak became even colder. It was still secretly transmitting sound, telling the clansman that he would soon leave seclusion. You shall be consigned to eternal damnation. Outside the mountain gate, the powerful saint shouted loudly. He and the white-haired old saint took action together. They worked together to activate a forbidden artifact and unleashed a peerless attack. At the same time, all sorts of formations flickered around the mountain gate. There were actually many hidden formation diagrams. At this time, they all came to life and attacked together. Dang, a long and drawn-out bell rang out, shaking the heaven and earth. It was exceptionally domineering, as if the boundless universe was falling down, terrifying to the heavens. Tyrannical bell? Yi Fan revealed a strange expression. The aura he sensed was very similar to the aura he sensed in front of the giant tomb. At this moment, a giant bell suddenly descended from the sky, suppressing towards him. Saint Physique, we have endured you for too long. Die for me. The powerful saint roared loudly, causing the mountains and valleys to tremble. The white-haired ancient saint also had a cold expression as he joined forces to sacrifice the bell. Oh, I've also waited for a long time. It's about time. Yi Fan was completely unperturbed. Pulling little Xianxia with him, he transformed into a beam of light and activated the line incantation. In the blink of an eye, they had moved 50 kilometers away. That giant bell missed, only an afterimage left in its original location. It released strand after strand of Dao traces, tearing apart the sky dome. The bell sound was deafening. At this moment, footprints appeared one after another on the great earth outside the Pure Land. They were all shining, and upon closer inspection, they were all left behind by Yi Fan, the regions he had stepped through. Rumble. These were divine chains of order that shone brilliantly. They were formed from heaven origin patterns, and they completely covered the outer region. They extended towards the pure land along the underground ancient veins. Heaven and earth were overturned, the sun and moon losing radiance. This magnificent river and mountain were burning, turning into an exceptionally terrifying place. All types of patterns interweaved, turning it into a dangerous place. What happened? Tsang family cried out loudly, all of them panicking out of fear. It was because a few saint formations collapsed. The underground dragon vein shifted positions, changing directions, making most of the saint formations engraved on the ground become paralyzed. This was a Dao origin divine technique. When Yifan was opposing the Tsang family with equal harshness, he had secretly engraved countless heaven origin patterns. At this moment, all of them were activated. The dragon vein surged, changing heaven and earth, causing the mountain gate to collapse. Rumble. Like a landslide and a tsunami, several enormous peaks collapsed, and the mountain gate was razed to the ground. The mountains and rivers here collapsed, and the power of the heaven origin formation was displayed to the extreme. This was an unstoppable force that could tear through everything in its path. It was like a flood bursting through a dam, carrying with it the rupturing of mountains and the overflowing divine force as it surged towards the pure land. Ah! The Tsang family's experts cried out. They were all shocked and didn't understand what was going on. Those concealed formations were actually destroyed in an instant, and the giant wave directly rushed over. At this moment, Yifan's eyes flickered with cold lightning. He finally took action, and with a flash, he followed the heaven origin great formation's fluctuations into the Tsang family. He raised his fist and smashed over. Forbidden formation, cut off the mountain gate. Someone shouted loudly. Waves of light flickered and linked together to form a light screen, but it still couldn't stop the collapse. The heaven origin divine formation was changing the dragon vein underground, and it was completely disintegrating. If it was in the past, Yifan definitely wouldn't be able to do all of this. But now, he was on the 8th layer of the saint realm, and his origin techniques were even more divine, so he could break through all kinds of techniques. Pfft! Several people who had set up the formation were all slashed by the origin patterns, and they directly collapsed, turning into a bloody pulp. Yifan moved forward, and at this moment, he didn't hide anything. With a monstrous golden blood energy, he arrived in front of the mighty saint, and smashed his fist down, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. This was a powerful saint, but under Yifan's peerless attack, he couldn't block it at all. First, his entire right arm exploded, and then his body turned into fireworks. Both his body and soul were destroyed. The ancient saint at the side roared in anger, and the giant bell in the sky smashed down. This was a rare forbidden artifact, and it surpassed many saint weapons. It had the domineering aura of a bell. Dang! A cauldron flew out from between Yifan's eyebrows, colliding with the giant bell. Suddenly, the sky collapsed, and the earth caved in. With a rumbling sound, mountains were turned into dust, and various array patterns flashed on the ground. The heaven's origin array also appeared at the same time. Fragment of the domineering bell. 2 beams of dazzling divine light shot out from Yifan's eyes. This giant bell wasn't simple. Although it was cracked, there was a different fragment embedded in it, and it shone brightly as if it was about to come back to life. He lightly shouted, and the myriad chi cauldron rumbled. Chaotic sword chi shot out in all directions, and all of them struck the fragment, causing its light to dim, and it flew out. Return! A cold voice came from the depths of the Heaven clan. The domineering bell's light dimmed, and it turned into a meteorite, flying over. Saint Physique, you dare to disturb my Heaven clan? Those who have the tyrannical sky blood in their veins will all kill you. The white-haired ancient saint roared in anger, doing his best to resist. However, under such a peerless divine fist, how could he block it? Yifan's eyes released cold lightning. At this moment, he was cold and emotionless. He brandished the 6 Paths of Reincarnation fist, and its divine might was matchless. His entire body was releasing resplendent light, drowning out the entire heaven and earth. He was like a war god, bold and unstoppable. The elder was only a step away from becoming a saint king, but in the end, he still couldn't cross that threshold. He did everything he could, but he still couldn't block Yi Fan's fist power, and his body flew out. At the same time, in the depths of the Heaven clan, there were experts that came out of seclusion. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Yi Fan was like a golden deity, invincible, possessing a type of unmatched fighting prowess in this world. He only brandished his fists 3 times. The first fist smashed out. With a kacha sound, he smashed the elder's divine artifact into pieces. It was like a dazzling rain of fireworks. Exceptional energy fluctuations surged like a tsunami, and even the world exploded. Yi Fan's second fist smashed out, and this ancient saint's arm and body broke apart inch by inch at the same time. A rain of blood flew out, and white bone fragments flew in all directions. It was terrifying to the extreme. And when the third fist smashed out, all the chaotic energy flows and the remnant consciousness of the ancient saint in the area were shattered, turning into smoke. The heaven and earth became clear again. With just 3 punches, Yi Fan killed an ancient saint. Fresh blood dyed the shattered mountainous region red, and this place was like a bloodstained demonic land. It was incomparably terrifying. Yi Fan walked in with large strides, and Xianxia appeared in his manifestation. She was completely protected, and no shockwaves were able to harm her. The Tsang clan had experts, but there was definitely no great sage. Before this, Yi Fan didn't make a move. He secretly laid down the Heaven Origin rune channel, which extended out from underground, and thoroughly understood everything about the Tsang clan. Now that everything was clear, he walked forward with large strides, and no one could stop him. However, he didn't start a massacre, and only headed towards the depths of the Heaven clan. Although this planet was suitable for the Tsang clan to cultivate, it was very difficult for a great sage to appear. After all, how many people were there in this clan? Even on a flourishing ancient planet with a population of trillions, it was already not bad for a few great sage to appear. It was extremely difficult for experts of this level to appear. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The change was too fast, and no one could react in time. Yi Fan entered the depths of the Tsang clan as if there was no one there. Saint Physique, die! A loud shout rang out. A middle-aged man with disheveled black hair and an imposing aura rushed over with a large bell on his head. Even if you didn't come, I would have gone to kill you. There's no need for someone with the tyrant firmament blood to return from the depths of the starry sky. I've been waiting for you all this time. This was an expert, and it was the one who had transmitted his voice in secret. He was an astonishingly powerful Saint King, and the tyrant firmament blood in his body couldn't be considered thin. He was many times stronger than the person from before. Most importantly, the large bell on his head seemed to have a few cracks on it, as if it had been pieced together. However, it still caused people's hearts to palpitate, and there was a terrifying aura coming from it. There were a few fragments of the bell that stood out from the masses. They were fragments of the tyrant firmament bell that had been smashed into the cosmos in the past. Now, they were forged together with other divine materials. Ah! This person roared loudly, shaking the mountains and rivers. The large bell above his head rumbled, and there were actually strands of oppressive might that vaguely contained a bit of Emperor Qi. Yi Fan was greatly astonished. The tyrant body of the past was too powerful, and he could tell a thing or two from this broken weapon. He was worthy of being an unrivaled expert. And now, even though there were only a few fragments of the bell, they still made people's hearts palpitate. This was because the laws and Tao marks within them hadn't been erased, and their divine might overflowed into the heavens. Dang! The source energy above Yi Fan's head trembled. Ancient people, flowers, birds, fishes, bugs, primal chaos deities, and other things appeared at the same time. They were simple and ancient, as if they could breathe in and out the universe. The sun, moon, and stars appeared within the mouth of the cauldron. The two collided violently, and all of them rumbled. This was especially true for Yifan's cauldron. The deities within it revived, and the myriad things on the cauldron's walls seemed to have truly come to life. What? The expert from the Heaven clan was very powerful, but at this moment, he was extremely astonished. You can actually forge the myriad origin cauldron like the ancient Heaven? Astonishment was written all over his face, and it was obvious that he was greatly astonished. He stared at the myriad origin cauldron incessantly, sweeping his eyes over every pattern. He was extremely shocked. Suddenly, an exceptionally sharp sword chi rushed out, and another Saint King level expert appeared to hack at Yifan. The two great experts from the Heaven clan both appeared. Of course, the one who posed the greatest threat was the person who activated the large bell. Those fragments of the Overlord bell were extremely terrifying, and they contained extremely powerful energy fluctuations. They fought fiercely, and the large bell was faintly discernible. Strands of Emperor Qi lingered around it, and although it wasn't very real, it made people feel restraining fear. If by any chance it released its Emperor's might, it would be very troublesome. However, Yifan wasn't afraid. This wasn't a true Emperor weapon, and he also had the green copper cauldron, so he wasn't afraid that the other party would use the mysterious ancient artifact against him. The great battle continued. Yifan only relied on the cauldron and his physical body to resist the Overlord bell, and unexpectedly, the two experts spat out blood. The saint physique from the Emperor Burial Star is truly powerful, but now that you've entered my race's pure land, don't even think of leaving alive. A person gloomily roared. Formation patterns appeared on the great earth, and an even more ancient and tyrannical formation appeared. It was as if it could suppress all living things. Yifan remained calm. The heavenly origin formation patterns flickered beneath his feet, and they became increasingly profound and complex. It was as if they were going to connect the heavens and move the earth, causing everything to tremble. The other person sneered and said, "You're wrong. How could the saint physique originate from the Emperor Burial Star? Have you forgotten the ancient history recorded by our ancestors? It's just like the great ancient emperors, descending into the Big Dipper. How lamentable, they don't even know where their mother star is. To think that their mother star was once on par with our race's mother star, and we fought for so many years." Yifan's heart was moved. He had clearly understood some secrets. The enmity between the two physiques seemed to be very ancient. It originated from the two mother stars, and the bloody battle had already begun since the Big Dipper era. Boom! All kinds of formations flickered on the great earth, and Tao marks rushed into the heavens. It was simply capable of obliterating all saints. Yifan was still very calm. The heavenly origin patterns in the surroundings numbered in the tens of thousands, and they resisted their peerless grand formation. They extended from the earth to the sky, drawing upon the power of the sun, moon, and stars. Suddenly, Yifan's body violently swayed, and his ears rang with wang-wang sounds. His vision darkened, and the golden blood in his body boiled. He almost fell to the ground. He was greatly shocked. Ineffably, a layer of terrifying red hair grew on his arm. It was extremely terrifying, but it was destroyed by the golden saint blood boiling just now. This ancient star. Yuan Taoist master also came here before. What's here? A solemn expression appeared on Yifan's face. Chapter 1336. This kind of palpitation was so intense that the golden sacred blood boiled and burned fiercely outside his body, burning away the terrifying red hair on his arms. Yifan found it hard to calm down. The universe was vast and the ancient path was long, yet there were actually footprints of the Yuan Taoist master on this path. Kill! A saint king rushed over with a huge bell suspended above his head. The bell waves were like a tsunami, drowning Yifan within. Now was not the time to be in a daze. This battle would shatter the universe. Yi Fan's black eyes were sharp. He raised his golden fist and punched out. His battle intent suppressed the sky, causing golden cracks to extend in the surroundings. This was a world-shocking battle. The great bell rumbled and the bell waves were long and drawn out. It was as if it had transcended the ages and transmitted the divine might of the person with the tyrant ether blood flowing in his body. The bell body was embedded with several fragments of the Overlord bell. They emitted divine splendor that was exceptionally domineering. Every single one of them seemed to be able to tear apart the sun, moon, and stars. Every time Yi Fan's golden fist moved, these fragments would shine and release an immortal tyrannical power. That kind of aura surged violently, shocking the ancients and dazzling the contemporaries. This was enough to tear apart the flesh of a saint king. Yi Fan's physique was strong enough. Moreover, the myriad chi cauldron was bobbing up and down above his head, emitting all kinds of strange images to resist the broken bell. Suddenly, a whistling sound rang out. The mountains and valleys on this ancient star all trembled, quite a few ancient lands directly collapsing. The sky above was a vast expanse, filled with an incomparably desolate aura. Inside the cauldron was a primal chaos. It was unfathomable and impenetrable. At this moment, a Kunpeng rushed out and spread its wings to the sky to resist the Overlord bell. This was a kind of divine might. It shocked the other experts of the Tsang clan. They trembled with fear and almost collapsed to the ground. This was a diagram on the cauldron wall. It came out through the wall and displayed astonishing might. Under the activation of Yi Fan, the Kunpeng seemed to have been revived and gained life. "This is indeed the myriad chi cauldron," the Saint King shouted. The Kunpeng was a legendary immortal spirit that had never been seen in the mortal world. In the mortal world, only the golden-winged Peng's bloodline wasn't pure. Even these descendants were powerful and terrifying enough. Now, in the primal chaos of the cauldron, a giant spirit transformed from a fish into a Peng. Its divine wings spread out 3,000 li, soaring into the sky, shattering the sky. It was simply going to tear apart the boundless heavenly dome. It threw itself at the Overlord bell, exceptionally ferocious, its attacks terrifying and incomparable. Clang, the great bell rumbled. This vicious bird defied the heavens and smashed about, continuously clashing head-on. If its true body existed, it would definitely surpass many species from the archaic era. The Heaven Clan Saint King was shocked. This cauldron's natural laws had just appeared, yet it was already this powerful. This ancient bird's fighting strength surpassed many saints. If Yi Fan broke through, this cauldron would also continue to evolve. One day, it would become an even higher level weapon, and this ancient bird would definitely become even more berserk. If that day really came and the myriad chi cauldron transformed into an emperor weapon, would the true body of Kunpeng appear? Just the thought of it was terrifying. The Tsang clan Saint King shivered. The roar of a Peng filled the skies, splitting the heavens and earth. This vicious bird covered tens of thousands of li with a single spread of its wings. It was as if it was going to tear apart the 9 heavens. Its enormous golden wings hacked down on the Overlord bell like broadswords, making it rumble with ear-splitting sounds. The Saint Kings who were activating all types of forbidden formations shivered inwardly. They activated the killing formations while providing assistance and resisting. Clang, the Kunpeng covered the skies. Its enormous golden claws grabbed onto the Overlord bell, about to tear it apart. Sound waves rang out endlessly, spreading for hundreds of thousands of li. This battle shook the entire ancient star. The Heaven Clan was the greatest power here, and no one could challenge them for hundreds of thousands of years. Yet now, such a great crisis had occurred. Quite a few people looked over, all of them greatly alarmed. Kacha. A piece of the great bell was torn off by this ancient bird that no longer existed in this world. It was actually a bit damaged, leaving everyone shocked. Endless sound waves spread outwards, shattering the heavenly dome inch by inch. The mountains and rivers without the protection of formations all collapsed. "Kill!" the two Saint Kings of the Heaven clan roared. The killing formations and the Overlord Bell moved together to resist Yi Fan. They never thought that the divine physique of this generation would be so powerful. It made them shiver. Not to mention anything else, just this cauldron alone was already beyond their expectations. Beneath Yi Fan's feet, the heaven origin pattern channel continuously appeared. The divine formations that he had laid down before interweaved here, resonating with him. The mountains and rivers changed, and the sun, moon, and stars were drawn. Boundless divine splendor poured down from the heavens. He used the heaven origin pattern channel to resist the various forbidden formations of the Heaven clan. At this time, the cauldron above his head shook again. An ancient ancestor on the cauldron's wall walked out from the primal chaos mist. This ancient ancestor was a peerless saint. He faced the Overlord Bell head-on, and his physical body was terrifyingly powerful. Moreover, the space between his brows shot out strands of primal chaos sword chi, its divine might unstoppable. The Overlord Bell rang, and every strand of primal chaos sword chi shook the heavens and the earth. The bell rumbled and shook violently, and the sword chi continued to flow, blocking the bell's sound waves and preventing them from spreading. Yi Fan had the upper hand against the two Saint Kings. He was not under any pressure. What he needed to be wary of was the Overlord Bell's fragments, as well as the Yuan Taoist Master's calamity. Thus, when he used his origin technique, he had no choice but to pay attention. He was afraid that something bad would happen at this crucial moment. Boom! A deafening sound came from underground. Ancient patterns interweaved and shot into the sky. Both Yi Fan's origin formation and the Heaven clan's forbidden formation were destroyed. This was a dazzling light, accompanied by the trembling of dragon veins and the descent of starlight from the cosmos. It was like thousands of silver waterfalls. It was an extremely spectacular sight. Yi Fan's expression immediately changed. This was without a doubt the Heaven origin pattern, and its mastery was above his own. Not only could it change mountains and rivers, but it could also borrow galaxies. He had long since known that the Yuan Taoist master was not the end. This was because Zhang Lin had told him this when he and the fifth-generation ancestral master were guarding the Valley of Gods. At that time, the fifth-generation ancestral master's stunning performance was proof of this. Zhang Lin had been lost for tens of thousands of years, and his body was covered in red fur. When he woke up, he could single-handedly suppress the ancient race's ancestral king. There were traces of the Yuan Taoist master's bloodline buried deep underground. The patterns had come to life, and the starlight and moonlight descended. Draconic chi rose from the earth, and the heavens and earth intertwined. Soaring dragons rose, the sun and moon swayed, and the bright starlight mixed with the dense draconic chi. The mountains and rivers were strange and frightening. Ah! The Saint King controlling the forbidden formation cried out. He had been sent flying, and he had suffered heavy injuries. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Clang! The Overlord Bell was also attacked. The Saint King's expression changed as he retreated with all his might, using the giant bell to block the attack. That was because that place was the exit of the mysterious underground power, and he bore the brunt of the attack. Yi Fan also recalled the myriad chi cauldron and used it to protect himself. He quickly rushed into the distance. He realized that everything was caused by his Genesis technique. There's an ancient formation of heaven source underground. When was it built? He was very surprised. One had to know that the Tsang family had lived here for hundreds of thousands of years. How could they allow someone to lay a formation underground? In the eastern wasteland, even the first-generation ancestral master of the Yuan Taoist master's bloodline had not lived this long. Who was the one who laid this formation? Kill! At this moment, Yi Fan did not hesitate. He took advantage of this opportunity to rush into the sky and kill his opponent. The patterns underground were extremely terrifying. They destroyed all the forbidden formations in the depths of the Tsang family's ancient land. It could be said that it was a terrifying suppression, as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The patterns interweaved and spread to every corner. The two Saint Kings roared in anger. This was the blood and sweat of many generations. It was unknown how many divine materials were used to lay this formation. It was the crystallization of their blood, sweat, and tears. But at this moment, all of it no longer existed. In particular, their ancient formation was disintegrating. It made their hearts bleed. This was a formation at the peak of the great sage level. Unfortunately, part of the patterns had been worn away by the passage of time. In order to revive it, it needed to be gradually opened. The two Saint Kings were full of confidence. They wanted to use this to trap Yi Fan and kill him. But now, it exploded. The patterns underground spread up and completely destroyed it. Yi Fan shook his head. He had already used his unparalleled Genesis technique to find out that there was a terrifying formation here. If the Great Sage formation was not destroyed, he would not step into this dangerous place. Ah, a miserable cry rang out. The Saint King controlling the formation now lost the protection of the formation runes. When he faced Yi Fan, he suffered the most terrifying attack. Poof! Yi Fan used the Battle Saint technique. The Tai Sovereign sword appeared and cut the Saint King in half. Blood rained down. The Dao sword was like a huge dragon soaring through the sky. It was extremely sharp. The dragon head was raised high as if it could cut through the heavens. Yi Fan stood with the sword in hand. The second attack fell and cut through the Saint King's body. Only a Yuan spirit was left, and he was captured. You. The other Saint King was shocked and angry. He did his best to save him. If he was defeated by the saint body and the ancient land was broken, he would not be able to accept it. Dang! Yi Fan shook the cauldron and slammed into the Overlord bell. The sound was like a flood, vast and boundless. It made people's ears ring. The Saint King used the Overlord bell fragment to resist, but he could not change anything. The Overlord bell suddenly cracked. The fragments shone brightly and flew towards the outer realm. Huh! Yi Fan was shocked. He used the Myriad Qi cauldron to block it, but it did not succeed. The fragments of the Overlord bell actually revived on their own. There was an immortal law power inside. It emitted strands of weak emperor's might that entered the sky. Poof! The Saint King was smashed into pieces by the Myriad Qi cauldron. His body was destroyed. His Yuan spirit left his body and wanted to escape, but it was instantly suppressed by the cauldron and could not move. The battle ended. The Grey family had become a ruined land. The walls were broken and the mountains had collapsed. It was almost razed to the ground. If it were not for the protection of those formations, this place would have been turned to ashes. Nothing would be left. After Yi Fan stopped his origin technique attack, the underground origin formation immediately disappeared and did not continue to spread. The other people of the Grey family had all fled. Even the two Saint Kings could not defeat them. How could they dare to fight? They were not on the same level at all. And Yi Fan did not want to start a massacre, so he did not chase after those people. In the ruins, Yi Fan stood on the rubble. He did not immediately go to the underground origin formation to explore. Instead, he observed the Yuan spirits of the two Saint Kings. He wanted to understand the secrets of the past, and he also wanted to see what was special about the Overlord body. The mother planet of the Saint Physique has become a dead planet. He was stunned. He did not think that he would find out such secrets as soon as he explored. The Saint Physique and the tyrant blood of the Ether had fought. They were natural enemies, long before the era of the Big Dipper Saint Physique. Their struggle actually involved achieving the path. Suddenly, the clanging sound of swords came from a broken mountain in front of him. Yifan suddenly raised his head and flew up. This was an important place. Unfortunately, everything had been destroyed. Only a jade jar remained. At this moment, cracks appeared on it and it suddenly exploded. Strands of purple blood sprinkled on the mountain rocks. They were incomparably resplendent, as if formed from divine light. They could penetrate the bluestone and were boundlessly domineering. Tyrant blood of the ether, 2 beams of light shot out from Yifan's eyes. He stared at the dazzling purple blood, looking through the source and capturing strands of order laws. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying figure formed from purple blood condensed. It was majestic and domineering. It's him. It's actually him. 2 brilliant beams of light shot out from Yifan's eyes. Before this figure had completely formed, he knew who it was. Chapter 1337. Purple blood turned into a figure. His appearance was valiant and intimidating. There was an exceptional domineering aura around him. He was like a towering mountain. His hair was messy and his eyes were cold. Yifan had never truly met this person before, but he had seen him through the fluctuations of a certain person's divine sense. It was because he had left that person with a deep and unforgettable impression. Many years ago, there was once a young man with a heroic appearance who shocked a region. He was unrivaled among his peers in that ancient land of life and was known as the number one of the younger generation. He harbored a dream and a will to devour mountains and rivers as he stepped onto the ancient starry sky path alone. He courageously advanced and killed his way to the human race's ancient sacred city. Even though he encountered many heroes from different star regions, he was still outstanding and stood among the most powerful. His talents were extremely high and rarely seen among this group of challengers. Even the guide praised him, saying that if he was given time, he would definitely rule over a region in the future and become a matchless expert of the human race. Unfortunately, this kind of heroic talent didn't even have the chance to display his splendor and withered away prematurely. He encountered someone in the human race's second city that he shouldn't have encountered. 100 vessels vying for the current, heroes competing against each other. In an archaic Dao rite, he fought his way through bloody battles and created his own world. He sat on top of an ancient cliff and calmly comprehended the great Dao. However, a terrifying thing happened next. He encountered the greatest setback of his life. A man and a horse stepped into the sky with exceptional domineeringness. With just a single spear, he was nailed to the boundless ancient land along with his mount, drenched in fresh blood. That man and horse didn't stop for even a moment. They stepped into the sky and broke through the so-called immortal archaic Dao rite. They rushed into outer space alone like a demonic god. How domineering was that? His entire body was ice cold. Even though he was lucky enough to survive, the fire in his heart was extinguished. A young man full of vigor became dispirited and extreme from then on. More than 10 years later, he gathered his courage and stepped onto the ancient path again. Unfortunately, he encountered another person and a similar tragedy played out. He was nailed to the ground by a spear and his blood dyed the ground red. This extinguished the last bit of hope in his heart. From then on, the human race's second city gained an old soldier. He often gazed at the starry sky ancient path at night with a lonely and miserable expression. His name is Guancheng. More than 20 years ago, when Yifan nailed Guancheng to the ground with his spear, from the splashing blood and the fluctuations of Guancheng's divine sense, he saw a majestic and intimidating man. It was this man in front of him. The first person to make Guancheng feel disheartened and dispirited is the overlord body of the ether. Yifan muttered to himself. He never thought that he would meet his old enemy many years ago. He had never been clear about this person's origins. The ancient path had been broken for more than 20 years, and only today did he find out. Memories of the past flashed past. Up ahead, Zi Shui had taken human form. He possessed terrifying fluctuations. His eyes opened, and essence energy rushed into the heavens. They were like 2 torches that burned fiercely. He actually had a wisp of consciousness. One could imagine how terrifying this blood was. This was the tyrant blood body. Back then, he passed by this place and left behind a pot of pure purple blood for the descendants of the tyrant blood of the firmament. Its divinity wouldn't scatter and wouldn't be extinguished. The golden blood in Yifan's body stirred restlessly, innately opposing each other. As soon as they met, they sensed each other, almost boiling over. Roar. On the other side, the purple blood body actually released a roar, shaking the entire ruined ancient land until it trembled. Boulders tumbled down from dozens of broken mountains, rumbling with noise. He took a step out and attacked over. This was a type of instinct. He was full of hostility towards those with golden blood flowing through their bodies. No matter how powerful you are still just a blood body. You dare to be so arrogant and domineering? I'll deal with you. Yifan sneered. He reached out a large hand and fiercely slapped down. Golden light flourished, covering this blood body. Pooh! Purple blood splashed everywhere. Yifan directly erased him. If he couldn't even directly kill a blood body in the 8th layer of the Saint Realm, then there was no need for him to fight against his old enemy. The purple blood was extremely dazzling. Every drop and strand was filled with divinity. When it landed on the mountain rocks, it entered the earth layer and blossomed with precious splendor. It made this place seem sparkling and translucent with dense purple energy. Yifan took out a jade jar and used the army formula to collect all of the blood. He then carefully observed it and studied its bloodline power. This was a type of tyrannical blood that contained a mysterious power. It could be considered a type of great medicine for the human body. For many people, it was exceptionally precious. Unfortunately, it was difficult for Yifan to use it, and he couldn't refine it either. He naturally clashed with this purple blood, so he tried to merge a drop of golden blood with a drop of purple blood. The two of them burned up completely. "Uncle, what use does this jar of purple blood have?" Xianxia asked while blinking her large eyes. "To feed horses, dragons, bears," Yifan replied. The Grey race's ancient land was in a state of desolation. It had become a vast wasteland and lost its former majesty and magnificence. Don't be too pleased with yourself. The one with the true tyrant sky blood in his body won't let you go. He will definitely slaughter his way back from the starry skies just like he did hundreds of thousands of years ago. He will kill the human race's divine physique in the human race's 50th city. A primordial spirit roared, full of unwillingness. Noisy. Yifan flicked his finger, almost turning him into ashes. The primordial spirits of the two saint kings were both imprisoned. Yifan continued to explore, wanting to understand the unknown secrets of the ancient times. Unfortunately, too much time had passed, and many things of the past had been forgotten. They were only descendants of the tyrant sky blood lineage and could no longer be considered people of that ancient planet. Countless years ago, a supreme being appeared in the tyrant sky race. He killed a few quasi-emperors in the cosmos and was known to be unrivaled under the starry skies. He was about to prove his Tao. Oh, but he was killed by a divine physique expert. Yifan's body immediately trembled when he saw this secret. What era was this? Was it the archaic era or an even more ancient era? He had never heard of it before. It was extremely difficult for an tyrant sky race to prove their Tao, and it was almost impossible. Finally, a supreme being appeared who might have taken that step, but he was killed by an old enemy. That supreme divine physique expert is also dead. He failed to prove his Tao and perished in the cosmos. The primordial spirit of one of the saint kings howled. The divine physique race has become a thing of the past. Even the mother planet no longer exists, the other saint king shouted. Yifan ignored him and continued to explore his sea of consciousness. He was shocked when he saw that the enmity between the two races was so long that it could actually be traced back to the mythological era. So much so that it actually involved the battle of the ancient heaven. Unfortunately, it was too long ago, so long that the two of them couldn't figure it out. They only had vague legends that they seemed to have participated in the great battle of that era. Yi Fan sank into contemplation. This was too astonishing. No wonder those with the tyrant sky blood in their veins hated the human race's divine physique so much. This kind of hatred was extremely old and had been branded into their bones and blood. Let me see what's so special about the ancient scriptures of your race and how it sharpens one's body, said Yi Fan. The two of them immediately shouted in anger and struggled violently. However, how could they resist after falling into Yi Fan's hands? They were suppressed in an instant. Unfortunately, Yi Fan was disappointed. Many tens of thousands of years ago, there was a person with the tyrant sky blood physique who came to this place and took back the ancient scriptures that were originally incomplete. During the endless years, there was more than one tyrant body that had walked on the ancient starry sky path. The human race's 50th pass was too special. The scriptures were spread outside and easily coveted by others. And now, the descendants of the tyrant sky blood lineage no longer cultivated the ancestral scriptures but a different sacred method orthodoxy. Yi Fan sighed and shook his head. Nowadays, the sacred orthodoxy didn't have much attraction for him. Only the scriptures of the great ancient emperors could move him. However, he also obtained some valuable information. The tyrant body was extremely powerful and could contend against the divine physique. The tyrant blood lineage was a supreme precious blood in the mythological era. In the distance, many divine senses probed over, but they didn't dare to take a step closer. On this ancient star, the Tsang family was the most powerful race. The other inheritances were all suppressed by the great Tao. Now that the Tsang family was defeated, the other powers were naturally trembling in fear. Yi Fan probed their sea of consciousness and obtained a lot of valuable information. After that, he gave them a quick death by turning them into ashes with a single slap. He stood there and pondered for a very long time. During this process, the little boy was very quiet. He sat on the bluestone with his chin propped on his hand, not wanting to disturb him. In the distance, many experts silently retreated, not daring to approach. Fear filled their hearts. After an unknown period of time, Yi Fan recovered. He smiled at the little boy and asked, "Are you hungry?" "A little." "Yang," she replied. "Do you want to enter my source chi cauldron and have a feast?" Yi Fan asked. "Sure." The little boy was extremely excited. He was filled with anticipation. With a flash of light, he was sucked into the cauldron. Yi Fan observed this dilapidated land. He used Genesis arts and his gaze pierced into the depths of the earth, beginning to probe the heavenly origin divine formation. This place was very strange. How could there be such formation runes? It was simply unimaginable. They should have appeared on this ancient star earlier than the heavenly race. He was very cautious. After observing the terrain for a long time, he walked step by step into the depths of the earth to capture the great dragon veins. He wanted to get to the bottom of this. These. Yi Fan was shocked. He saw many heavenly origin runes carved on the dragon veins. They were complex and profound. These marks had existed for at least tens of thousands of years. Large numbers of the runes had dimmed, destroyed by the power of time. Not long after, these ancient formations were activated and instantly exploded. More than half of the remaining Tao runes were destroyed. This caused many thoughts to run through Yi Fan's mind. Heavenly origin runes from tens of millions of years ago, this was simply too shocking and somewhat unreal. One must know that the first heavenly origin ancestor of the eastern wasteland had only appeared about 100,000 years ago. He had shone brilliantly in the post-primordial era. This place and these ancient formations might be products of the archaic era, or even older. How could this not be shocking? The heavenly origin book was cast from a special kind of silver metal. It was unknown which era it was written in, but it was said that even the first-generation ancestor had used it to cultivate. Unfortunately, Yi Fan had already returned it to Jianghu. Otherwise, he could have taken it out to see if it could resonate with the runes here. In that case, it originates from the starry skies and isn't an ancient technique created by the eastern wasteland. Yi Fan muttered to himself. He carefully examined the ground. Apart from the obliterated ancient runes, he didn't find anything special. Moreover, nothing inauspicious had happened to his body either. Could it be that the ancient formation has already been destroyed and lost a kind of demonic power? That's why it doesn't affect me much? No, there should be something special that was obliterated just now. He searched again and finally found a human-shaped pile of ashes. This place gave off an eerie feeling, and it was very strange. Yi Fan stayed on this planet for 3 days. He explored the depths of the earth and found even more ruins, all of which were ancient formations that had almost been obliterated to the point where they couldn't be seen anymore. Finally, he left the ground and soared into the starry skies. He looked down at the ancient planet, deep in thought. Suddenly, Yi Fan's body trembled as if he had thought of something. He looked at another ancient planet with life in the distance. That was the ancient land where Yang Shi and the others lived. What a grand scheme! The Eastern Wasteland's Yuan Taoist master can control the geography of the mountains and rivers, and the experts in the starry skies are fiddling with the stars. Yi Fan cried out involuntarily. He hadn't been so shocked in many years. What he had discovered underground was only the tip of the iceberg. The true secret was the layout of this starry sky. 2 ancient planets with life, 2 sources of life. They were all man-made, and at specific times, this starry sky would become a mysterious and orderly diagram. Chapter 1338. The galaxy and the universe was bright. However, in this endless star area, the ancient ruins of life were too rare. Compared to the vast heaven territory, they were almost negligible. In such a vast star area, it was a big event to find traces of life. Yi Fan stood in the sky, observing the sea of stars, the sun, the moon, and the galaxy. Compared to the celestial bodies in the universe, human beings were really humble and small. Their short lives were just a blink of the starry sky. However, it was this kind of subtle human being that could sometimes be strong enough to change the sky and the earth. They could control this universe and become the supreme, omnipotent ruler. The life star on the other side corresponded to the tyrant burial ground here. According to the original technique, it would rotate to a strange position after a certain period of time. At that time, a magnificent spectacle would appear in this starry sky. This is the extreme of resonance, using the stars as chess pieces on the board, manipulating the boundless heaven and earth, turning it into the patterns one needs. Just how great of a skill is this? It is shocking from past until present. Yi Fan released a long sigh. He knew that he couldn't do it at the moment. This kind of layout was really earth-shaking. Stealing the fortune of the sun, moon, and stars, what did they want to do? The 50th challenge of the human clan was a special place, a variable in the Dian. Today, someone had arranged such a vast ruin, which made people wonder. Yi Fan stood in the starry sky and quietly calculated, constantly using the original technique to calculate. Then, he spread his palm and sprinkled a handful of Star River God sand, which sparkled and sparkled. He looked at them as if they were stars. He calculated all the stars in this area, including the meteorites. He placed a small astrolabe, which showed a large area of the starry sky. When the sun and the moon overlapped, when the planets revolved, and when they reached a special period of time, these stars arranged themselves into the pattern of this place. "It's really beautiful and brilliant," said Yang Shi. His big eyes gazed at the Star River God sand. It was a miniature starry sky, which made the little guy fantasize. Yi Fan didn't let him stay in the myriad chi cauldron all the time. As long as there was no danger, he would let him stay in his gold sacred domain to increase his knowledge. Indeed, such a great display, it really is beautiful. I believe that all of the heroes from past until now would be convinced, feeling inferior. Yi Fan said. This star river god sand simulated the real scene of this starry sky at a special time. It was the result of his meticulous calculation and deduction. It could be called magnificent. It was a massive yin and yang diagram. The two life stars where the sacred body and the tyrannical ether blood were buried were the two yin and yang points of this ancient diagram. When the sun explodes and is destroyed, releasing its energy, this diagram will truly open. Then, it will light up the immortal divinity that can illuminate the entire star area. The ancient diagram will revive. After thousands of calculations, Yi Fan used the Genesis technique to restore these. However, he did not know what would happen after the divine diagram was resurrected. He could not evolve to that stage. It's so vast. Is it all set up by humans? Perhaps they left some traces and clues. The little kid expressed his childish opinion. Being in the gold sacred region, he could speak, he could breathe, and he didn't feel uncomfortable in the cold universe. In the next half a month, Yi Fan roamed the starry sky, constantly exploring. He left his footprints in every dragon vein of the two ancient life stars. His figure could even be seen in the sun star. Such a vast arrangement, of course, it was best to arrange it in the natural pattern. It was the easiest to save energy, and the most man-made traces were the meteorites. Many meteorites were intermittent. When they connected at a specific time, they would form a yin and yang curve, dividing this vast ancient celestial diagram. After Yi Fan failed to find anything in the poles and the sun, he entered the key position of the huge divine diagram, the curve of the Tao. It was very important. Perhaps it was the only place where he could find something. Suddenly, when he approached a meteorite that was as big as a star, Yi Fan's body shook. He felt pain all over, as if many steel needles were about to pierce through his skin. Ouch, the little kid screamed. They were strands of red hair, but as soon as they appeared, Yi Fan suppressed them. The golden blood in his body flowed faster, and his divine power burned fiercely, strangling this unforeseen event. The yin and yang dividing line in the ancient Tai Chi diagram was formed by countless meteorites. They didn't form a line at the moment, and they were scattered in different areas without reaching a specific time. Yi Fan had just boarded a huge meteorite at the edge, and he encountered such an inauspicious situation. He was alert and carefully boarded this broken star. He was sure that the person who arranged this heaven and earth pattern was many times more exquisite than his Genesis technique. He was far from reaching the end of the Genesis technique path. In the Eastern Baron, several Yuan Taoist masters had created some techniques in their later years to perfect the source heavenly book. Obviously, they also knew that this path could go further. This meteorite was full of holes and cracks, and there were many Genesis heavenly patterns. When Yi Fan boarded the meteorite, he felt a wave of cold air. His eyes froze, and he saw a figure in front of him. It was an ancient path platform, and on it sat a skinny figure motionlessly. With every step he took, Yi Fan's body would hurt a little, and he would feel it. When he got closer, he saw the person's true appearance. His skin was yellow and shriveled, and his body was motionless. He didn't know how many years he had passed away. Clothing from the ancient times. Yi Fan muttered to himself. These years, he had read many ancient books and understood the characteristics of many eras. This was a person from the ancient times. If he guessed correctly, he was most likely an ancestor of the Yuan Taoist master's bloodline. There was a kind of dark energy in his body, and as soon as Yi Fan probed, he immediately shattered and turned to dust. It had been too long, and in such a long time, the bones of ordinary saints would have turned to dust. The great Tao would activate the remnant laws in their bodies to forcefully dissolve them. There was a time limit to immortality. There were some Genesis heavenly patterns on this huge meteorite, but they were mostly destroyed. Yi Fan followed this curved ancient path and continued to land on other meteorites. Just like that, he moved faster and faster. He was very far from the 50th human city, and the land became more and more desolate. He entered a strange ancient land. The broken yin-yang dividing line was scattered everywhere. According to what Yi Fan had deduced, he didn't miss a single spot. Along the way, his body felt it several times. "Uncle, there are more and more meteorites. Will we encounter some kind of creature? Why do I feel like there's something watching us?" Xianxia whispered as he carefully observed the meteorites around them. Yi Fan rubbed his head and felt deeply gratified. This kind of innate talent was truly extraordinary. This rotten child's spiritual sense was extremely sharp, and he could actually sense the abnormality. It was truly rare. In reality, Yi Fan had long since sensed that the seemingly dead meteorite group was not a desolate land. There really was a pair of cold eyes watching them from the dark. "Where do you think you're going?" Yi Fan suddenly shouted and suddenly launched an attack. His body turned into a bolt of lightning as he rushed toward a ring-shaped mountain. This kind of speed left even Saint Kings in the dust. They could only sigh in admiration. Aoo! This was the roar of a soul. It was mournful and ear-piercing. It was extremely powerful and directly attacked the soul. Behind Yi Fan, a five-colored divine light flashed as five treasured swords slashed forward. The humanoid creature was instantly slashed horizontally and was sliced into several pieces. This was an extremely powerful creature. Its entire body was covered in black fur and it was a foot long. It resembled a huge monkey, but it was impossible for it to be Yi Fan's opponent. It could only die with a grudge. "Uncle, is he a ghost?" The rotten child's face was somewhat pale. Even though his will was firm, he was still very young and had never seen such a thing before. "This seems to be a ghost ape," Yi Fan patiently explained. Duanda had once said that this kind of creature was born in the extreme ancient tomb and was born from the transformation of powerful corpses. This was a type of living creature. From the point of view of mortals, it could barely be considered a ghost. But if one looked deeper, the difference would be huge. The golden divine flames around Yi Fan's body burned brightly, illuminating the entire area. The body parts on the ground were struggling unceasingly. He took a step forward and read the consciousness of this ghost ape. "In my previous life, my immortal foundation has long since decayed. Now, I'm only left with a kind of instinct and some blurry memories." "What, ghost soldier, crossed the star field?" Suddenly, Yi Fan was astonished as he saw this blurry imprint. His heart trembled as he thought of many things. With a flick of his finger, his battle prowess of the 8th level of the Saint Realm was completely displayed. A golden flame burned this ghost ape cleanly, leaving nothing behind. There were strange creatures left behind here. Could it be that this huge celestial formation wasn't completely abandoned and was still being used? Yi Fan's heart trembled at the thought of this. He felt that he might be able to catch something extraordinary. "Uncle, did you catch a ghost just now?" The rotten child's eyes were full of little stars and his face was full of worship. Clearly, he hadn't truly entered the life of a cultivator. After walking on the path of cultivation, how could there be any ghosts? "This is nothing." Yi Fan shook his head. A few days later, they approached a special meteorite. The yin energy here was extremely dense. Even the radiance of the sun, moon, and stars couldn't penetrate the thick mist. When Yi Fan set foot here, he immediately sensed the abnormality. The white bones on the ground were scattered everywhere, and they immediately shattered into snow-white bone powder. Kacha! Kacha! The sound of footsteps could be heard coming from the front of the field of bones. A group of heavily armored soldiers walked past. They were armed with iron spears, and the air was filled with yin energy. Yin soldiers. Yi Fan was shocked, his heart shook, he suddenly thought of some familiar scenes. Eastern Baron, Ancient Purgatory. Tens of thousands of yin soldiers appeared. The northern region Source King appeared there with red fur all over his body. He had been awake for a short while and told him that he was escorting the Yin soldiers across the border. At that time, Yi Fan, Duanda, and the Black Emperor saw with their own eyes that there were tens of thousands of Yin soldiers crossing a Yin river and entering the netherworld. They gradually disappeared. At that time, they were still discussing where these people went and what kind of existences they were. Now, Yi Fan saw similar Yin soldiers again, inwardly shaken. Yin soldiers borrowed the way. This was simply an army crossing star domains, fighting towards the distance. The red-furred Yuan Taoist master escorting the Yin soldiers across the border. Yi Fan was shaken. This was clearly related to the outer realm. What kind of power did they belong to? Without a doubt, the Yuan Taoist master played an extremely important role in this. Chapter 1339. The Yin mist pervaded the air and white bones littered the ground. In front of them was a squad of over 10 Yin soldiers. They were clad in heavy armor and wielded halberds and spears. They were filled with an austere aura. They patrolled this place with an eerie aura. There was no sign of life on their bodies and they were like cold puppets. So many ghosts. Have we arrived at the underworld? The rotten child was speechless. His face was pale at first, but now, he was gradually adapting. His little heart was slowly becoming more tenacious. Yi Fan frowned. He might have seen a superpower that had existed since the ancient times. It could be said to be an extremely terrifying inheritance. This was definitely a very serious matter. Yin soldiers borrowed the path to conquer the distant lands. There were such legends since ancient times, but very few people knew about the secrets behind them. This was clearly the mobilization of troops across star domains. How terrifying was this? Just thinking about it made one's scalp go numb. He didn't believe in the legends of evil ghosts. This was definitely a supreme organization. Yi Fan opened his heavenly gaze and carefully observed these Yin soldiers. They were all ancient corpses that had died for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. Some of their armors were clearly in the style of immemorial iron clothes. "Uncle, don't tell me we've really arrived at the underworld?" The rotten child asked in a small voice. His heart was in a mess. Yi Fan was startled. The underworld, this part of the starry sky also has a legend? Yes. The place where the dead go is also called the underworld. Isn't that what the people say? The little fellow blinked his big eyes and innocently asked. Yi Fan was stunned after hearing this. Whether it was on Earth, in the Big Dipper, or on this ancient starry sky path, they all had such legends. He had always scoffed at these rumors after he embarked on the path of cultivation. Cultivators themselves could fly in the sky, tunnel through the earth, move mountains and fill the seas. They were already considered immortals in the eyes of mortals, so why would they believe in the ghosts of the underworld? At this moment, Yi Fan discovered that he had overlooked an extremely serious fact. Many ancient starry sky places had legends of the underworld, but he had chosen to ignore them. The underworld, under the rule of the Celestial Court, such an organization truly existed in the era of legends. It hasn't been completely annihilated, and it still controls the underworld. Yi Fan shuddered. He instantly thought of many questions. He had neglected a terrible question all these years. Who said that everything in the Celestial Court had turned to smoke? Over the countless years, ancient heaven was not just a simple survival of a small number of lost races. There should have been a considerable number of tribes that passed down their orthodoxy. The behemoth ancient heaven had not really turned into ashes. There were still traces of it. Perhaps there were still some gods ruling over some ancient star fields. The more Yi Fan thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. It wasn't as simple as just surviving a few descendants. Perhaps some of the regions they ruled had never declined. At the very least, the underworld still exists. With so many netherworld soldiers passing through, what kind of enormous force is this? They can mobilize troops across star fields. It can be described as a peerlessly terrifying force. Yi Fan had consulted many envoys and learned that the ancient starry sky road of the human race was a legacy of the mythological era. It had existed since the ancient heaven era and was inherited by later generations. It's the same road. If we continue like this, we might encounter everything in the ancient heaven. Yi Fan opened his celestial eye and carefully observed these netherworld soldiers. Through their armor, he saw their true appearances. Most of them were humans, but there were also a few demons and ancient races. The underworld under the rule of the Celestial Court doesn't discriminate between races. It's just that this part of the ancient road belongs to the human race. In the end, the celestial race, human race, demon race, and other branches will merge and lead to the ancient ultimate land. Yi Fan bypassed this group of netherworld soldiers and continued forward. In an open space, he saw a huge city. It was an immortal city built on white bones. Black mist curled up one after another. There weren't many netherworld soldiers, but they calmly entered and left this ancient city to patrol. What does all of this have to do with the Yuan Taoist master? How did they intersect? Yi Fan muttered to himself. This was practically a miniature underworld. There were no living creatures, only lifeless corpses. It was unknown why they could walk around like this, and even form groups of netherworld soldiers. It was truly hard to imagine that there would be such a huge ancient city on such an unremarkable meteorite. It was truly shocking, and contained countless secrets. Uncle, what are you planning to do? Could it be that you want to wreak havoc in the underworld? Yang Shi's expression changed from uneasiness to calmness, and then to excitement. This change happened very quickly. Oh, I really have to go and take a look. Yi Fan nodded. He needed to thoroughly understand everything, as there were too many secrets hidden within. A single step took him hundreds of miles, and he circled around the meteorite. There was mist everywhere, and skeletons could be seen everywhere. It was extremely similar to the underworld. There weren't many netherworld soldiers, and they were all gathered in this ancient city, as though they were guarding something. This was an important stronghold of the underworld. Bang! Yi Fan circulated the Bing word incantation, and a netherworld soldier was flung through the air. In an instant, it was captured by Yi Fan. The heavily armored netherworld soldier opened its mouth and howled. Qin Wentian lifted his golden palm and directly pressed down, immobilizing the netherworld soldier. He pointed a finger at the netherworld soldier, reading the memories of its immortal foundation. However, a cracking sound rang out as the netherworld soldier's skull shattered. That place had long rotted away, and there were no memories left. There was only a devil will that echoed in his sea of consciousness, protect this city. How powerful was Yi Fan now? The Yin soldier's struggle was futile. When this layer of armor was ripped off, cracks appeared all over its body, and then it turned into dust. Then, the armor did the same, disappearing with the wind. What method did he use to summon them back to the battlefield? Yi Fan couldn't understand no matter how hard he thought about it. He continued to attack and captured more than 10 netherworld soldiers. Almost all of them experienced the same phenomenon. Their entire bodies turned into dust, as though they had experienced millions of years in an instant. There was only one exception. One of the netherworld soldiers shone with a dark light before it rapidly shrank, turning into a thumb-sized black jade puppet. With a ding sound, it fell to the ground, its entire body flickering with a demonic light. Yi Fan picked it up and looked at it again and again. Such a thing had happened before in the supreme ancient purgatory. Duanda captured a netherworld soldier, and in the end, it turned into a jet-black puppet. After many years, Duanda figured out that this was a Yin talisman, a netherworld soldier created by a supreme existence to summon real ancient corpses as servants. It was difficult to obtain any great harvests outside the stronghold. Yi Fan moved stealthily and arrived in front of the city wall. He executed the Ro word incantation and entered. Although there were formation runes obstructing him, it was difficult to stop him. The city was deathly silent, there were no signs of life at all. Only a sparse number of netherworld soldiers could be seen walking on the ancient streets. There was nothing out of the ordinary. All of a sudden, the Yin energy in the entire ancient city surged violently. All kinds of cold auras gathered in his direction. This was a city of the dead, and Yi Fan was a living being. He was sensed by the powerful and strange ancient formation runes, attracting the entire city of netherworld soldiers to attack him. Who dares to intrude into my underworld? A hoarse voice transmitted over, low and terrifying. He arrived in a flash, bringing with him a torrential Yin mist. This was a general of the netherworld soldiers. He was clad in black armor, revealing a pair of deep and cold eyes. It was as if a ghostly fire was flickering in his eyes, emitting an astonishing holy might. Behind him, there was a large black mass of netherworld soldiers. Hundreds of netherworld soldiers wielded their weapons as they surrounded Yi Fan. I finally met someone with divine sense fluctuations. Yi Fan muttered to himself. He was not startled, but rather happy. Very soon, he was greatly shocked. The immortal platform of this netherworld soldier general was black, different from the holiness of cultivators. The Yin energy there was dense, like a cave of ghosts. What kind of place is this exactly? What kind of existences are you all? Why are you guarding this place? Yi Fan asked. On the road to Underworld, there is a pass. Why did you barge in? His voice was hoarse, and his words weren't very clear. His divine sense was scattered. Where is Underworld? Yi Fan asked again. I don't know, but you want to join us? He suddenly let out a long howl, causing the entire pass to tremble. In the distance, there were densely packed netherworld soldiers everywhere, rushing over. At the same time, there was another long howl. A second netherworld soldier general appeared, transforming into a beam of black demonic light as he rushed over, surrounding Yi Fan. This was an unavoidable battle. The thoughts of the netherworld soldier general were very simple. He wanted to turn Yi Fan into one of them, turn him into a corpse, and enter Underworld. The night march of 100 ghosts, the dance of corpses. Uncle, hurry up and enter Underworld. If we succeed, we will be gods. The little rotten child cried out excitedly. What kind of nonsense was this? Yi Fan didn't care about it and began to fight. The moment the 6 paths of reincarnation fist appeared, golden blood chi surged. Many of the netherworld soldiers turned into black smoke, and a small number of them became black jade puppets, falling to the ground. The powerful Yi Fan today could completely rule over an area. Even if he was in an ancient pass in Underworld, he still had no fear and could suppress an entire region. Pu, fist sounds rang out one after another. Yi Fan's fist force could definitely shatter mountains, rivers, and all living things. It was as easy as breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Patches of netherworld soldiers were turned into flying ashes. Yi Fan's golden palm descended, like a celestial emperor descending to the mortal world. The 2 generals couldn't move at all, both of them were suppressed. No matter how much they screamed, it was useless. Yi Fan searched their black immortal platforms. It was incomparably chaotic inside. They only had simple consciousnesses and were ordered to protect this place. There were no other distracting thoughts. This was an important place for netherworld soldiers to pass through. Uncle, you're really too powerful. Have we become gods after defeating Underworld? Jianghu cried out. Yi Fan felt a great pressure. He had a bad premonition. He had come into contact with a shocking secret from ancient times until now. The celestial court had been destroyed, but the rule of Underworld Earth hadn't collapsed yet. After such a long period of time, they had always been mobilizing troops. Where exactly were they attacking? Can I enter the underworld of the legendary era from this place? He muttered to himself. He escorted the 2 generals forward and searched the ancient city. Suddenly, Yi Fan's heart trembled. His entire body shone and golden blood surged. Densely packed red hair grew out from the surface of his body. His entire body was in pain and he felt uneasy. In the center of the ancient city, there were many heavenly origin runes that crisscrossed and emitted dazzling light. They were all activated. Strands of blood spread along the runes, causing this place to look incomparably demonic. It was filled with a strange and powerful magic power fluctuation. In the center of the blood-colored runes, there was a tall figure covered in red hair. The figure's back was facing him, and he looked like a devil. "Die for me!" Yi Fan shouted. A golden blood mist appeared, isolating the ominous aura outside his body. The blood-colored hair on his body was burned clean, and his body expelled strands of Yin Qi. Which generation's heaven source ancestor are you? Or are you an existence from the starry sky? I don't know the starting point, and I don't know the ending point. The end of the cycle of reincarnation will come to an end. The tall figure covered in red hair suddenly turned around. Even his eyes were blood red. Chapter 1340. Swoosh. The creature with red fur all over its body raised its hand, and the patterns on the ground all came to life as if they were alive. Sword cries rang out, and tens of thousands of sword chi slashed open the thick lead clouds in the sky, piercing into the cosmos. Without a doubt, this place had become a killing ground. Yi Fan was naturally under great threat. He stood there and became the target of attacks. Yi Fan didn't escape. He was calm and composed. He also knew Genesis arts, and more importantly, he was a powerful cultivator. The combination of the two multiplied his combat power. A golden Tai Chi appeared and enveloped him within. Around him, strands of innate Dao patterns spread out like golden lightning bolts that swam around. Using Genesis arts to resist, Dao laws to protect, and supreme divine forms to conquer, Yi Fan turned into the dragon-shaped golden Tai Chi. This was the essence of his self-created reincarnation scripture. The Genesis arts clashed, and the various patterns on the ground intertwined and fiercely resisted. As for himself, he urged the golden Tai Chi to crush forward and charge straight at the mysterious man. "Who are you?" Yi Fan asked. This person might be the Yuan Taoist master, or he might be an existence in the universe. He must be an expert in Genesis arts. In the center of the ancient city, the ground was covered in Genesis arts. They were densely packed and flickered with a strange light. Streams of blood flowed along these patterns. It was a horrifying sight. The end of reincarnation. "Soul summoner," he answered coldly. His blood-red eyes were like two demonic lanterns, emitting a heart-palpitating scarlet light. "Don't talk to me about underworld, and don't talk to me about reincarnation. I'm asking you who you were in your previous life. Did you come from the Emperor Burial Planet? How did you end up here?" Yi Fan asked. The Yuan Taoist master's bloodline was inextricably linked to underworld. It didn't even need to think to know who could protect the Nether soldiers. It was strange and mysterious. "I've forgotten my previous life. At the end of reincarnation, everything has become nothing. Everything will come to an end. I'm here to bring you back." The tall body covered with red hair looked like a ferocious ghost that only appeared once every 10,000 years. It was ferocious and terrifying, and every inch of its skin, including its face, was covered with over half a foot long red hair. It was a simple conversation, but the two violently collided thousands of times. This was a battle of Genesis techniques. This person's technique was the best in the world, and his mastery of this ancient technique was even higher than Yi Fan's. This was a Yuan Taoist master who had long walked his own path, transcending the scope of the Genesis techniques recorded in ancient books, and had gone one step further. Boom! Between his palms and fingers, 6 layers of immortal light shot out, borrowing the power of heaven and earth, the mountains and rivers, the sun, moon, and stars, using the power of all living things to suppress Yi Fan. This was the 6 immortal seals. Yi Fan was shocked, and he quickly dodged. The golden divine lightning in front of his forehead flashed, and thousands of heaven-reaching sword chi flew out from the center of his brows, hacking at the 6 layers of celestial light, wanting to destroy it. Clang, clang, a deafening sound came, and everything in the world seemed to be pressing down at the same time, forming a vast and immeasurable power, suppressing Yifan together. The meteor trembled, and at the same time, the sun, moon, and stars appeared. Thousands of silver waterfalls fell from the sky, creating a vast expanse of whiteness. This was the saint power of the star domain summoned by the 6 immortal seals. This was an unstoppable and violent attack, drowning Yifan, wanting to suppress and seal him in it. It could be called a peerless divine technique. The 6 immortal seals was recorded in the source book, and it was an ancient technique that existed in theory. It had not been successfully created, and Yifan could currently use it to the 5 immortal seals. Even the Yuan Taoist master couldn't use it all, and he needed to go to a higher level. But this person had used it all, and it was an extreme transformation. Yifan suspected that it was actually the 7 immortal seals, and had long surpassed the theoretical 6 seals' ancient technique. From its name, one could see the power of this Taoist technique. When reached the extreme, it could suppress gods and seal immortals. Although it was an exaggeration, it was enough to show how terrifying it was. Streams of stars descended one after another, majestic and boundless, turning into 6 small worlds, sealing down layer after layer. Boom! Golden lightning shot in front of Yifan's brow, and the heavenly sword chi was incomparably dazzling. This was imitating the primitive emperor's Taoist sword, and it slashed continuously, causing heaven and earth to shatter. This was originally a forbidden divine technique, which Yifan obtained after observing and repeatedly evolving during the battle with Yuan Gu. Unfortunately, it was incomplete, and it could not be perfected. Clang, clang, the heavenly sword chi rushed into the sky, and even if one layer of the small world was cut open, there was still the next layer, layer after layer, overlapping, a total of 6 layers, and even the shadow of the 7th layer had already appeared, but it still could not be broken. Yifan couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The Tao of Genesis techniques was limitless. Borrowing the power of the galaxy of heaven and earth, one could evolve their own Taoist technique to this stage, and it could be said to be astonishing. This was an inheritance that could look down on both ancient and modern times. Millions and millions of strands of stellar radiance spread out, forming a silvery white expanse. They poured down from every opening, forming a 6-layered small world to seal Yifan. A large pure white cocoon was formed there, wrapping him within. It emitted waves of holy energy, and the 6 layers of small worlds overlapped, turning into a prison. Yifan faced the battle calmly. The instant he was about to be sealed, all kinds of secret techniques were used at almost the same time. The golden divine treasure appeared behind him, and his hands brandished the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. His eyes also surged with immortal light. Several of the most powerful ancient techniques appeared, and even the powerful 6 seals couldn't stop them. Yifan tore open the large silver cocoon and quickly rushed towards the red-haired creature. He wanted to slit its throat with a single strike, quickly capture it, and interrogate it for all kinds of secrets. However, the red-haired creature was really very powerful. The divine techniques between its fingers were endless, and it could call the wind and summon the rain, pluck the stars and capture the moon. He tore open space and sent Yifan flying into a starry sky. The true great art of changing heaven and earth. At this moment, he connected the outer realm, connecting this meteorite to another brilliant starry sky. He wanted to send Yifan in and pull away enough distance. Many saints couldn't do this, but after the heavenly origin divine technique had been refined to a higher realm, he could do it. He could control the power of the mountains, rivers, sun, and moon, and use all things in the universe for his own use. Swoosh! Tao patterns appeared under Yifan's feet, and footprints appeared in the void one after another, imprinting themselves into Tao diagrams. This was the embodiment of using the Rho character technique to its peak. He wasn't swallowed by the starry sky, and he crossed the natural chasm, charging towards the terrifying red-haired creature. Yi Fan rapidly closed in. He opened his mouth and let out a clear roar. Strands of sound waves turned into Dao laws, suppressing forward. If they really were hit, even a Saint King might not be able to withstand it. However, the red-haired creature was extremely powerful. All kinds of patterns interweaved under his feet, and in an instant, the stars moved and the mountains and rivers lost their color. He was clearly standing there, but it was as if he had suddenly been pulled 10 million miles away. The plaza at the center of the ancient city was full of heavenly origin patterns. This was an extreme formation, and even with Yi Fan's peerless offensive power, he couldn't break in and was pulled away. The only fortunate thing was that he knew Genesis techniques, so he didn't get lost here. With each step, he rushed in and killed his way closer and closer. Of course, Yi Fan couldn't be as fast as the red-haired creature. This place had the wonders of heaven and earth, and it had been arranged by peerless Genesis technique experts for many years. Sometimes, he would stop to think of a way to break it. In fact, he even encountered fatal disasters several times. The ancient Genesis technique formation had awakened, and this place could kill peerless experts. This was a fierce battle that Yi Fan had encountered on the ancient path of the starry sky. He had attacked for a long time without success, and it was very difficult. Anyone who didn't understand Genesis techniques would have died a long time ago. Yi Fan believed that even a few Saint Kings working together couldn't break this ancient formation. This was definitely the crystallization of Genesis techniques. After experiencing several disasters, he had become even more cautious. Suddenly, the red-haired creature murmured, and its blood-red eyes flickered. It was demonic and strange. The laws and Dao patterns in this world were even more concentrated, and the vast ripples coming from the outer realm were especially so. Yi Fan raised his head, and his heart immediately jumped. This was too powerful. It was a group of meteors, vast and boundless. When they flew over together, it was as if they were immortals in heaven. What kind of vast power was this? It could definitely destroy the star fragment they were on. Regardless of whether it was the ancient city or the underworld, they would all be smashed into dust. Yi Fan believed that with his own strength, he could shatter the meteors one by one. However, this group of meteors was definitely different. They were arranged into a strange pattern. That is, the manifestation of the Genesis technique's blessing. They are separated by an endless distance, but the Dao patterns have already been carved on them. His heart sank. The brilliant meteors flew over and arranged into Dao patterns. It was like a misty rain sprinkling down, and there was actually a kind of desolate beauty to it. Yi Fan let out a shout, and the surrounding patterns spread out. They were dazzling, and they faced the sky as all kinds of Dao techniques were used. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist, the golden divine treasure, and the origin magnetic immortal light all came out. He also opened up his vision to attack and defend as he fought this red-haired creature. All kinds of Dao sounds rang out, lingering in the ears. Brilliant light completely engulfed this place, and the Yin fog was completely refined. The ghost soldiers and the 2 saint-level generals were all turned into dust, no longer existing. Yi Fan's entire body was shining like a blazing sun falling into the snow, melting the ice kingdom. The netherworld soil was almost evaporated, and all kinds of ghostly qi dissipated. The city instantly disintegrated. After so many years, this was the first time Yi Fan had been forced into such a situation. Today, it could be said that he was fighting with his life on the line. Meteors exploded one after another in the sky, but the heavens' Genesis patterns didn't dissipate and continued to attack. In the starry sky, a misty rain bloomed. Every gorgeous scene represented the explosion of a star fragment. It was so beautiful that it made one's heart tremble. It's another year when the divine flower blooms. Revive her. Did I pick it? No, I failed. The red-haired monster's eyes were dazed, and the blood in his eyes gradually faded. He stared at the dazzling rain of light in the sky and muttered to himself, "Who am I? I am, the fourth-generation Yuan Taoist master, Wu Yi." Yifan's heart trembled when he heard this. Even though he was already mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but sigh. The one he was fighting with was indeed the Heaven's Origins Patriarch. Boom! He continued to break the spell. Rumbling sounds rang out as the meteors exploded one after another. The runes on the plaza were also continuously collapsing. He flew forward at lightning speed. Yifan's bloody battle with the fourth-generation patriarch had finally come to an end. Because Wu Yi was in a daze and no longer controlled the heaven's genesis patterns, the stalemate was broken. All kinds of mystical patterns crumbled one after another, and only the meteors in the sky were left blooming like fireworks. Yifan destroyed the ancient array and stopped his attack. Golden blood dripped from his body. After so many years of fighting in the starry sky, there were very few people who could injure him. This time, he was seriously injured after fighting with the patriarch. Wu Yi could definitely kill sage monarchs, and by borrowing the power of the heaven and earth galaxy, he had set up the heaven and earth shaking heaven's genesis patterns. His strength was terrifying. Wu Yi seemed to have exhausted all his energy, and he was on the verge of collapse. The blood in his eyes receded, and he gradually regained his clarity. He stared at Yifan in a daze and said, "The Yuan Taoist master's lineage has a successor. What happened to the patriarch?" Yifan asked. The inauspicious had long been fated, and everything was a calamity of longevity. The mythological era had not ended, and we were forced to open up the path of immortality. We used our genesis techniques to search for the fortune of the heavens and earth, and buried our bodies. We were the ones who tested the techniques, observed the reincarnation seals, and built the path of longevity. Chapter 1341. The seal of reincarnation was an ancient method used to prove immortality in the mythological era. The supreme beings of ancient times had studied and comprehended it for a long period of time. It was said that only during that era did someone try it and tasted the bitter fruit. After that, there were no more records. However, this wasn't the first time Yifan had come into contact with it in this world. He, the human demon, and the Black Emperor had accidentally discovered Duanda's secret in the Sun Star. There were 4 seals of reincarnation on his body. People were no longer the people of the past. Their souls had also changed. From a certain point of view, this was a brand new life form. What was the meaning of this? Yifan had once asked himself if it was worth it to replace his soul in order to preserve part of his life characteristics. The answer was that he wouldn't accept it no matter what. He would never walk this path. At this moment, he was stunned when he heard the seal of reincarnation again. "You and I were separated by a long period of time. We were able to meet because of the half of the seal of reincarnation in my body. In fact, I'm already a corpse." The fourth-generation Yuan Taoist master's eyes were dim as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. "I've obtained the grand beginning life stone, harvested the immortal origin, cut out an unformed Holy Spirit, and dug out the dark underworld. I've set foot in too many areas that I can't touch. Inauspiciousness has long been fated." Wu Yi's eyes were lifeless. In this world, there were some areas that even someone as strong as the great sage couldn't touch. They could easily die. Only the great ancient emperors were fearless and could suppress everything. The curse descends. We have no choice. We will be muddle-headed in our later years until we take that step. This is a kind of fate that's hard to break. Inauspicious things will come knocking on our door. There were some areas in this world that couldn't be broken once you set foot in. You would sink deeper and deeper until there was no way back. We pass our days in a daze. We can vaguely hear the seal of reincarnation. Everything I've said is just speculation. What's the real situation? Wu Yi roared in pain and shook his head. The light in his eyes became dimmer. Yifan sighed. How lamentable was this? He didn't even know what he had done. After such a long period of time, there was only a blank space left. The Yuan Taoist master's later years were miserable. He had seen many inauspicious things. Disappearing from this world meant becoming a red-haired creature. Yi Fan had many things he wanted to say, but he didn't know where to start. Wu Yi didn't know much. He had vaguely heard it through his divine sense. Most of it was just speculation. Wu Yi fell into a daze as though he was thinking hard. After an unknown period of time, he suddenly said, "Emperor Burial Star is suitable for burying ancient emperors." "Ancestor, why do you say that?" Yi Fan was shocked. "I seem to have vaguely heard this sentence before, but I don't know who said it." He had been muddle-headed for too long that he did not even know why he had to escort the Yin soldiers across the border. It was as if there was another consciousness residing in his body. Yi Fan woke up with a start. The consciousness that resided was this life's Wu Yi, a brand new soul body. He was no longer the same person as the past. It was another soul that had escorted the Yin soldiers across the border and participated in the earlier battle. Yi Fan shuddered. He had almost forgotten that Wu Yi had only formed half a seal of samsara. Thus, even though he had died in his previous life, his old memories had not been completely erased. The path of immortal ascension is the path taken by the ancient method of immortal ascension, Wu Yi suddenly said. "Do you still hear it vaguely?" Yi Fan asked urgently. "Yes." The fourth-generation patriarch nodded. His eyes dimmed and became a leaden gray without a trace of luster. Yi Fan's heart was beating wildly. He felt that some of his previous thoughts were wrong. Who was it that said those words? What kind of existence did Wu Yi see in the underworld? He really wanted to know everything. There are two paths. Wu Yi's mind was absent-minded, as if he was talking in his sleep. One is a path that leads to an immortal domain that we don't even know exists. One is to pursue the ancient method of becoming an immortal. Yi Fan's heart trembled. What had he heard today? Did the fourth-generation patriarch's words about being suitable for burying primeval emperors have anything to do with the path of immortalization? Send me on my way. Wu Yi sighed softly. The real him was already dead. Now that he could die with a clear mind, it was the greatest release for him. Boom! Suddenly, a horrifying aura erupted. Wu Yi's eyes suddenly turned as red as blood, and he became ferocious and terrifying. The red fur on his body moved even though there was no wind, and he looked exceptionally ferocious. He attacked in an instant, and the sky was filled with mystical patterns. The heaven's origin pattern reappeared, and he attacked Yi Fan. Without a doubt, Wu Yi's soul body had changed. The present life had awakened, and he had suppressed the past consciousness fragments. He had become the soul-summoning envoy of the underworld. Yi Fan did not show mercy. He attacked decisively because he had been on guard all this time. Against an existence that could kill a sage king, a single mistake would result in a bloodbath. Wang! Yi Fan activated his phenomenon. The immortal king descends to the 9 heavens, the primal chaos lotus, the beautiful land and mountains, the yin-yang diagram of life and death all appeared. They linked together and became one. It was as if a new world had been created. At this moment, he did not want to hold anything back. At the same time, he activated the Battle Saint technique. With the void mirror in his left hand and the Wuxia bell in his right, he released terrifying divine might. The mirror light and bell ripples moved together, suppressing Wu Yi. Because he was afraid of failure, he did not want to delay anything. He wanted to take down Wu Yi as soon as possible, and decide victory with a heaven-shaking attack. Even if he was disrespectful to the patriarch, Yi Fan had to suppress Wu Yi first. Since the present life had been awakened, he had to interrogate him thoroughly. This soul body would definitely know more. The heaven's origin pattern network on the ground was almost destroyed. The fourth-generation patriarch had lost a great support, and his battle strength was clearly weakened. However, the fallen star was still there, and there were still many ancient formations. Apart from that, he himself had a great art that could directly change the heavens and earth. Not many could match him. His temporary method was equally terrifying. Boom! This was a world-shocking battle. Even though this fallen star was protected by countless formations, it was still broken into pieces at this moment. Then, it turned into cosmic dust. In the distance, many fallen stars flew over, forming a meteor shower. They shone with immortal light, and in that instant, it seemed as if they could penetrate through the past, present, and future. Yi Fan fought with the patriarch. This battle was extremely bitter and intense. When everything ended, the golden bloodstains on his body increased by quite a bit. At the end of reincarnation, everything will come to an end. Hell is the home of all spirits. I've come to receive you. Soul summoning. Wu Yi's eyes were blood red. He roared and shouted at Yi Fan. This was like a type of curse. Yi Fan's body was in pain. His red hair grew again, but the surface of his body was covered in golden blood. The blood-colored hair sizzled and continuously turned into ashes. Patriarch, stop struggling. You're not my opponent. Yi Fan stepped forward. A large golden hand stretched down, and tens of thousands of magical patterns appeared there. No! Wu Yi shouted. His blood-red eyes were terrifying. He wasn't willing to submit. His body actually expanded violently, and his red hair grew several meters long. They were like tentacles dancing about. Yi Fan cried out inwardly. Golden light shone brightly between his palms. Ancient symbols emerged one after another. The 9 mysterious ancient characters of the Tao scripture appeared. They opened up a small chaotic world here and began to suppress him. However, the soul within the body of the red-haired organism was extremely decisive. From the inside out, strands of Tao marks appeared. He had self-destructed. Streams of blood splashed out. Red hair danced in the air, and bone fragments shot in all directions. Blood was dripping everywhere. This place was like a battlefield of Azura. Patriarch! Yi Fan shouted. He rushed forward and activated the swordsman formula. His entire body shone, and all kinds of essence energy covered the sky and earth. They surged forward and reconstructed the shattered body. However, the reconstructed body was not complete. Moreover, the light he emitted was actually extremely corrosive, causing the bloody body to melt like snow. Yi Fan took a step back. He felt powerless and sad. Was this the fate of the Yuan Taoist master? Each and every one of them was so miserable. They couldn't have a good ending. On the reconstructed body, the blood-red color in his eyes receded. They were dim and without luster. His previous life had awakened. Wu Yi raised his head with difficulty and said, "This is the best ending for me." He actually smiled brilliantly. The red hair on his face receded, revealing his true appearance. Time had left too many scars, but one could still vaguely see the heroic appearance of his youth. Patriarch! Yi Fan couldn't change anything. He could only send him off in sadness. I've waited for this day for too long. Wu Yi seemed to have been freed, but Yi Fan could clearly see a trace of sadness in his dark eyes. The body of the 4th-generation patriarch split open. Rays of light flew out from between his brows. That was his scattered and decaying consciousness. Yi Fan felt bitter as he silently sent him off. Some light rained down, sparkling and translucent like withered flowers. Scenes appeared one after another. It was the course of Wu Yi's life. It was clearly a young man with a complexion like jade. He was completely different from the monster covered in red hair. It was impossible to associate them together. At that time, he was high-spirited and vigorous. He pointed out the rivers and mountains, and his name shook the world. How breathtaking and peerless he was. He was respected as a genius of a generation. Such a peerless hero has fallen just like that. Yi Fan could only sigh. He also saw some regret in Wu Yi's scenes of light rain. In the latter half of his life, he traveled all over the world and dug up many mountains and dragon veins just to pluck a god-life flower, and save a woman whose consciousness had been extinguished. But in the end, he failed. The light rain scattered and Wu Yi's life came to an end. Yi Fan silently stood up. He cut off a meteorite and carved it into a stone coffin. He buried all the blood, bones, and some cosmic dust inside. He used the heaven and earth-changing great art. He borrowed the power of the sun, moon, and stars to shine on this stone coffin and banish it into the universe. Muddle-headed and lost your freedom. Just be buried in the universe. Don't know the beginning, don't know the end. Keep moving forward, forever free. Yi Fan used the technique and sent the stone coffin far away. He watched as it disappeared into the depths of the dark universe. The fourth-generation patriarch had fallen just like that. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Fan left that place. He rushed into the sky like a resplendent star streaking across the void. The Emperor Burial Star is suitable for burying ancient emperors. What does it have to do with the path to immortality? A myriad of thoughts ran through Yi Fan's mind. He thought of Mount Purple, which was known to seize the extreme fortune of heaven and earth. The undying heavenly emperor had been buried there, and later on, great Emperor Wuxia had taken over. Then, he thought of the primal chaos dragon nest. It was known to be the nest of a true dragon, which had once been guarded by an ancient emperor. In the end, it became the burial ground of great Emperor Ruthless. Chapter 1342. How many secrets had been buried in the boundless starry sky since ancient times? The passage of time was endless. Hundreds of millions of years in the starry sky couldn't be considered much. The legendary eras changed. Celestial being turned to ashes, the divine court was annihilated, the emperors decayed, and the great ancient emperors turned into a pile of yellow earth. These great eras passed one after another. How many heroes were buried in the passage of time? No one could stop it. Even if one was peerless in their generation, there would still be a day when their lives would come to an end. Supreme beings howled sorrowfully. Divine mountains collapsed, the four seas dried up, the sun and moon fell, and the river of stars shattered. However, they couldn't grasp anything. They could only fall in solitude. Since ancient times, heavenly geniuses fought for supremacy, stunning the ages, but it was all a futile struggle. In the long river of time, even the greatest heroes only had a short period of glory, only a moment of brilliance. They couldn't break through the shackles and coexist with the world. Celestial being, ancient emperors, great emperors, all of them had auras that devoured mountains and rivers, suppressing the cosmos. They plucked the stars and grabbed the moon, ruling over all regions. They were powerful and unrivaled, but what exactly did they leave behind? Every single one of them flourished for a time, making the entire cosmos tremble. However, even if they could split apart heaven and earth, destroy the universe, they still couldn't protect their own lives. These people's names all shook the ages, but they could only stay for a short moment in the boundless starry sky. The glory of the supreme beings, the dignity of the ancient emperors, the elegance of the emperors, they were all buried. It was only a moment for the cosmos to look back. The stars twinkled, and the cosmos was silent. Yi Fan stood in the starry sky, silently thinking about everything that had happened. He gazed into the depths of the icy star domain. Is this the next life's body buried here? Seizing the extreme mysteries of the world's natural luck, he said softly to himself. Wu Yi's words gave him too much inspiration, causing great waves to rise and fall within him. Emperor stars were buried, the path of immortality contained great mysteries from the archaic era until now. Ancestor, rest in peace. Yi Fan was a bit sad. That stone coffin had already entered the depths of the cosmos for several hours, but he still felt a bit bitter. The fourth-generation ancestor was shockingly brilliant, but the curtains fell just like that. He hid in the absolute beginning forbidden region, but it was useless. In the end, it was still miserable. The ancient method of pursuing the path to immortality, has anyone used it to take that step? Yi Fan asked himself. The undying heavenly emperor, the celestial silkworm race's 10 transformations ancient emperor, the merciless emperor. Yi Fan couldn't help but think of these people's names. Had they succeeded? Di Zun, Emperor of Fighting. Wu Shi the Great, Emperor Qing, each and every one of them was a name that shocked the world. How far had they come? There was also the even more ancient celestial being, just how stunning was he? For the sake of pursuing long life, what kind of heaven-defying ancient methods were established? One by one, the brilliant names finally passed away. Yi Fan gazed at the other side of the starry sky. Would these ancient supreme beings be willing to accept this? Since the ancient times, he had been invincible and lonely. In the end, he had been defeated by the passage of time. Was there really no one who had struggled to find a path, a method? He didn't know how much time had passed, but he was still in a daze. Only when the little child's cry rang out from the cauldron did he come back to his senses. He let Yang Shi out again, letting him stand in the golden sacred region. Yang Shi followed him and gazed at the starry sky. Yi Fan searched this place for a long time. The city of the underworld no longer existed. This space had become a cut-off point, unable to allow nether soldiers to pass through. In the following days, Yi Fan searched the meteorite where the Taiji curve was located, but he didn't find anything special. Some formations still existed, but they had all decayed. He stood in the starry sky, gazing at the starry sky. Using a piece of the starry sky as a diagram, manipulating the stars and turning them into a huge Taiji divine diagram. This was something rarely seen since ancient times. It must have been a world-shaking work. Unfortunately, as time passed, the person who had laid the formation back then had long been turned to ashes. These traces were almost completely obliterated. Is this a huge teleportation formation? This is too vast. Where can we use it to go? It's beyond the 5-colored altar. Don't tell me it's connected to eternity? Yi Fan jumped out and gazed at the starry sky, seriously thinking about all kinds of possibilities. He thought of many things. Such a great work, such a vast formation diagram, but now it was all useless. Only the ancient city of the underworld on the meteorite was still in use. The others had all turned to ashes. The underworld used a part of it. Then, who should use the entire ancient diagram? Yi Fan thought about the underworld, and the first thing he thought of was the ancient heaven. Perhaps only such a colossus could have the courage to make such an arrangement. He took out an ancient scroll from within his body. It seemed to be forged from starlight, sparkling and translucent. It was like a thin veil, light and agile. On it was a sky full of stars, densely packed together. This was a mysterious ancient diagram related to the ancient heaven. It had once fallen into the hands of a few ancient sovereigns and great emperors. During the archaic years, the Emperor of Fighting had once held it and often gazed at the starry sky late at night. The glorious years passed. In this era, Yi Fan took it from the depths of the primal chaos dragon lair, the place where Vicious was buried. At this moment, he carefully observed it and compared it with this place. This rare treasure was still calm and didn't have the slightest reaction. He couldn't see anything from here. He flipped it over and looked at the back of the ancient diagram. Apart from the Earth's 99 dragon mountains where the immortal cauldrons were buried, there were 2 other diagrams, but he didn't know where they pointed. I can't find any similarities. Yi Fan frowned. The records on the immortal treasure diagram were different from the layout of this starry sky. He couldn't find any clues or abnormalities. He didn't give up. He prepared to fly to the Saint Physique ancient tomb first and then to the tyrant body burial ground. He wanted to explore these two extreme points of life. He really wanted to understand all of their secrets. What did the predecessors want to do here? He had all kinds of guesses in his heart. There's some special reaction. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He was just trying it out and didn't expect that a pattern would really flicker on the ancient diagram. After that, a small star lit up. Was this the star where the Saint Physique ancient tomb was? Yi Fan moved quickly and almost every inch of the land was left with his footsteps. Unfortunately, there were no changes in the end. There was still only a small star flickering. After that, he didn't stop and turned to the tyrant body burial ground. He held the ancient diagram in his hand and carefully observed the mountains, rivers, and all living things. He quickly moved about this place. Another small star flickered and connected with the previous one. They handed over strands of patterns and turned into a misty apparition that was like the chi of yin and yang. The immortal treasure diagram had a reaction. It wasn't an inanimate object and actually produced such a change. The stars on the front dimmed and among the three specific ancient diagrams on the back, one of them formed a small Taiji rune that flickered indeterminately. Of course, it was just a small rune that was imprinted on this diagram. It was like the embodiment of an ancient formation. This is. Yi Fan was deeply moved and gripped this ancient scroll tightly. After searching for a while, he sighed softly and gradually guessed the use of this place. This could be a vast teleportation ancient formation. He really didn't know how far it was from the road ahead. It actually used stars to lay out a diagram and transform into a huge celestial body starry door. The more Yi Fan studied it, the more he felt that this was very similar to the Taiji Bagua star door that had appeared when the five-color sacrificial altar opened the ancient path. However, this place directly used stars to construct a great formation, so it had to be even vaster. This can't be the teleportation formation that leads to celestial domain, right? He shook his head before he even finished speaking. It was a little ridiculous. However, such a vast formation was really too astonishing. Yi Fan had also thought about trying to restore all the formation markings, but it was almost impossible for him to do it alone. Every star in this area had formations on them, and even the sun star was no exception. Sigh, maybe only by completely activating this star divine diagram can I know all the secrets. Yi Fan sighed softly and put away the ancient diagram. Even if this star river's layout was related to the immortal treasure ancient scroll in his hands, he still needed to activate this divine formation in order to reveal some clues. He silently noted it down. He couldn't do it now, but in the future, if he worked together with the Black Emperor, Duanda, and the others, there might be a day when this vast ancient formation could be revived. Yi Fan returned to the 50th city of the human race and went to see the guide. He had many questions to ask, and found that he was currently drinking with Yang Yinteng in his own donkey meat restaurant. Donkey meat hot pot, aged fine wine, and the fragrance assailed the nostrils. It made even the little rotten child want to drink a few bottles of old wine. Brat, you really are a star of calamity. Wherever you go, people will die, and once they die, it will be a large number. You really don't attract people's attention. The guide Zhao Gongyi's face was full of curly beard, like steel needles, and said with a drunken tone. Yi Fan was embarrassed. He naturally knew that he was talking about the Grey Clan. He could only be speechless and drink on his own. Whoever sees you will be unlucky. Wherever you go, death follows. I say. Are you from the underworld? Zhao Gongyi glanced at him. Yi Fan's heart stirred, and he said, I was just about to ask Senior, do you know about the underworld? What? I said you're fat, and you're panting. Are you doing this on purpose? The guide said in a bad mood. Yi Fan shook his head and asked about everything related to the underworld. With a solemn expression, he told him everything he saw on the meteorite. What, the underworld? Soldiers passed through our star field? Zhao Gongyi put down his wine cup and stood up. Yes, uncle is very powerful. After entering the underworld, those ghosts can't do anything to us. Yang, said innocently. Zhao Gongyi's expression was incomparably solemn, and he said, although the ancient heaven has been destroyed, and although there are signs that the underworld still exists, I didn't expect so many Yin soldiers to pass through. Are they trying to destroy a vast star field? Those Yin soldiers aren't very strong. Yi Fan said. These Yin soldiers were summoned from various ancient lands of life, and they can only be considered ancient corpses. Naturally, they aren't very strong. However, once they enter the underworld, it will be completely different. Many of the Yin soldiers will awaken their strength from their previous life. At that time, they will be extremely terrifying. Zhao Gongyi's tall and sturdy body revealed a trace of worry. Who was the underworld going to deal with? Was this a war that had continued since the era of legends? Even he only had a smattering of knowledge about it. This was an extremely serious matter, and he quickly left. He had to report this matter to the upper echelons through the starry sky ancient path. Not long after, he returned with a dignified expression and said, "My eldest disciple personally went to deliver the letter. I expect that in the near future, there will be a great change in the starry sky." This ancient path was the legacy of the celestial court during the era of legends. The underworld that had been hidden for many eras had suddenly reappeared. These past few years, they had been moving their troops along this ancient path in preparation for war. This was not a good omen, and no one knew which region they would attack. Few experts who have set foot on the starry sky path might have the opportunity to enter some special ancient regions in the future to participate in the war of gods and gain experience. After hearing this, Yi Fan's heart was in turmoil. Was this really a great era? Was the era of legends continuing? His gaze was resolute and fearless. He firmly believed that he was invincible in this world. Who cared about the underworld or the gods? They would all be suppressed. Oh, I forgot to tell you. There is some news coming from your old friend who also came from the Emperor Burial Star. What? Yi Fan jumped to his feet. Chapter 1343. Who is it? Where are they now? Yi Fan's emotions rose and fell intensely. After so many years, there was still no news of his old friends. It made him feel gloomy. Wu, it's a pair of brother and sister. The guide envoy Zhao Gongyi spoke in a manner that wasn't too fast or too slow. While speaking, he poured a cup of amber-colored wine and drank it. A mellow fragrance lingered about. Yi Fan became absent-minded. After so many years, were the old friends finally going to reunite after being separated by two sides of the starry sky? He rode alone and fought bloody battles for 10 years, finally arriving at the human race's first trial. After that, the ancient path was severed, and he only arrived here after another 20 years. During this period of time, his name spread. The divine body that came from the Burial Emperor Star stirred up quite a commotion in the nearby cities. Many people believed that if nothing unexpected happened, he would become a generation-dominating expert in the future. After so many years, Yi Fan didn't meet any of his old friends. He could only privately inquire about them, not daring to openly spread their names. Otherwise, they might end up in danger. It was because many pairs of eyes were paying attention to everything about him. There were many enemies. This pair of brother and sister are extremely formidable. After so many years, they always kept a low profile and were almost overlooked. Now, they rose up at the crucial moment, seizing the opportunity to escape. The guide envoy said. Are they surnamed Ji? Yi Fan asked. He couldn't be sure. There were two pairs of brother and sister who stepped on the ancient path in Big Dipper. Their statuses were all extraordinary, each having their own natural luck. They are from the demon race, but they have mysterious ancient artifacts on them, hiding their identities. They were never exposed along the way. Zhao Gongyi said. It's them, the southern demon siblings. Yi Fan wasn't surprised at this result. The Ji family siblings were chasing after the Void Emperor's coffin. Even though they were on this path, no one knew which part of the ancient path they were on. Rumor has it that they want to meet with you, the guide said. In recent years, Yi Fan's power flourished day by day. He killed the human race's great commander and fought intensely against the Holy Spirit bloodline. When the ancient path was severed, he swept through the foreign race's younger generation. During these days, he naturally drew the attention of some people. How are they? Are they okay? Yi Fan asked. The ancient roads were densely packed, and each of them led to a common destination. The demon race, the human race, and the celestial race all had their own ancient roads. Usually, they would compete with their own kind, and it was rare for them to cross regions to train. It was because once he did this, he might draw the attention of others and become the common enemy of many cultivators. It would be difficult for him to survive. Countless years ago, a young demon emperor walked on the ancient road of the human race. He fought his way to the top. Very few dared to do so. They're living well. They're about to cross regions and jump out of the human race's ancient path, said the guide envoy. There was a world-shocking ancient demon who came to this boundless starry domain to discuss some matters with the human race Dao protectors. He coincidentally discovered the southern demon and was shocked that he was the reincarnation of a demon god. He wanted to bring him away. Zhao Gongyi didn't know much about it. He had only heard about it by chance, and because it was related to Yi Fan, he told him about it. Yi Fan inquired in detail and learned a few things. He didn't expect the southern demon to let that ancient demon bring them back to meet him. After so many years, he was finally going to meet some old friends. What about my divine light platform? When are you going to reward me? Yi Fan asked. The guide envoy on the ancient path owed him a divine object and hadn't given it to him yet. Divine light platforms are truly too rare. There isn't even a single one left, Zhao Gongyi replied. I don't believe it. How could such a vast ancient path lack a divine platform? Yi Fan was extremely dissatisfied. Just how much time had been owed to him? In the spirit of peaceful, friendly, and orderly competition, we feel that it's better for you to move steadily and steadily. Take things one step at a time. The guide envoy suggested. He said that he was a star of calamity. Wherever he went, he would bring the aura of death with him. Moreover, once he died, it would be a nest, an expanse. It was best if he didn't cross some roads and randomly get involved. What the hell is this? Yi Fan couldn't change anything even if he was dissatisfied. Next, Zhao Gongyi spoke of another matter with a solemn expression. His old enemy was about to return and fight him. The appearance of the tyrant physique was definitely a major event. Many of the older generation were paying attention and discussing this matter. A huge wave had already formed on the road ahead. Many people feel that it's best if you don't clash now. It's still too early, especially with such a large-scale mobilization of troops from the underworld. The old fellows don't want one of the two great physiques to be killed, the guide said. If he comes, I'll fight him. If he doesn't, we'll meet again in the future, Yi Fan said calmly. He was so calm, but Yang Yunting couldn't sit still. He clenched his fists. This was the destined battle between the tyrant physique and the saint physique. All these years, he had suffered too much humiliation in his heart. How good would it be if I was born a generation earlier, the little fellow Yang, she said angrily as she clenched her fists. It's still too early for this battle. It will definitely be stopped. Especially in this era, chaos has appeared frequently. We don't know where the underworld and the gods will fight. Some of the Dao protectors on the ancient road are apprehensive and will avoid the tragedy of the early death of a seed-level hero. 2 days later, the altar of the human race's 50th pass flickered. The news brought by the people on the ancient road broke the silence. Do you guys know that the tyrant physique is coming back? Back then, the person who rode across the sky alone and was invincible, sweeping through all the heroes of the various regions, is about to reappear. What? The person with the tyrant firmament blood flowing in his body turned around and came back? No one dared to provoke him on the road ahead. Why is he killing his way back? This was a shocking news that stirred up a huge uproar. Everyone was in an uproar. They were fearful of the tyrant firmament body. Many things had happened in the past that were still fresh in their memories. The tyrant physique was about to face the saint physique. This was a battle destined by fate. Without a doubt, after a short period of shock, everyone thought of something. Yi Fan had come and the burial emperor star sacred physique had appeared. These two great physiques had been mortal enemies since ancient times. Today, they were going to continue the battle of their ancestors, a world-shaking battle. The human race's 50th city was in an uproar. Everyone was looking forward to it. This was definitely the most anticipated battle since they stepped onto the ancient road. On the road ahead, there were a few young supreme beings who seemed to be purposely avoiding something. Their subordinates had clashed many times, but they still hadn't fought personally to carry out a peak life and death battle. No one would have thought that a young supreme being would turn around and kill his way back. He was going to take action from the back and be the first to break the stalemate. Was this a sign that he was going to start a massacre? This is the prelude. The world-shocking battle between the tyrant physique and the sacred physique is about to begin. From now on, the entire ancient road will boil. The young supreme beings will fight one after another, and the ancient roads will collapse. Someone made such a shocking prediction. Great Guide Envoy, didn't you say that there would be people stopping all of this? But why is the person with the tyrant firmament blood coming back? Yang Yuntang was anxious. He was well aware that Yi Fan had stepped onto the ancient road later than the tyrant physique. He feared that his cultivation realm might be inferior. Zhao Gongyi also frowned. Was there no one blocking the road ahead? He sighed and said, on this ancient road, anything can happen. There are people who oppose it, but there are naturally people who hope for this battle to happen. He didn't say it clearly, but everyone could feel that there were some people who had selfish motives and were biased towards the physique they approved of. That was why the battle between the tyrant physique and the sacred physique was about to happen. Don't worry, I believe that there will be people who will step out and not let this life and death battle happen so quickly, said Zhao Gongyi. I hope that a battle between deities will happen in the future and not right now, said Yang Yuntang. In reality, although many people were looking forward to the battle between the sacred physique and tyrant physique, they couldn't help but feel some regret in their hearts. In the past, a battle between the two physiques had happened. Now that they met too early, it would inevitably lower the influence of this battle. Once the trial takers set foot on the star passage, they can't turn back to kill those who came after them. The battle in the depths of the starry sky is the right path and the best choice. Otherwise, it would be considered a violation of the rules. This is nothing. The rules are dead, and the people are alive. The tyrant blood of the ether is strong enough. Even if the law enforcers appeared, they most likely wouldn't be able to stop them. Discussions regarding the sacred physique and tyrant physique were everywhere in the city. There were often messengers coming and going on this long star passage. Usually, it was the guide envoys who delivered important news. This time, other than reporting to the guide envoys, the messenger also brought a letter of challenge from the tyrant physique ahead. It was obvious that the tyrant body of the ether had established an illustrious reputation on the road ahead. Everything he did was valued by people. The guide envoys on the road ahead had allowed this messenger to bring along an attendant of the tyrant body. It could be said that they had given him enough face and regarded him with great importance. In this chaotic battle, the young supreme being who had the tyrant blood of the ether flowing in his body had established an invincible reputation on the road ahead and was revered as the tyrant king. The tyrant body of the ether didn't always come from a certain clan. Just like the sacred physique, after a period of time, one of them might be born from different castes. The letter that chaotic battle had someone send over only had the word battle dripping with blood. It was a ghastly sight and emitted a monstrous domineering aura and battle intent. It was like an overlord standing in front of them. Battle. These words were written in immemorial divine texts and contained the essence, chi, and spirit of a young supreme being. They seeped through the paper and gave off a clanging sound like the cry of a sword. On this day, streaks of primal chaos sword chi rushed into the sky and broke the tranquility. It made the hearts of all the heroes tremble. What kind of person was this? The one-word letter of challenge was already so shocking and made people feel a chill. Tyrant King hopes that you can wait for him in the 50th city of the human race. Go all out and let this battle shine brilliantly. The attendant of the tyrant body of the ether was a young man named Lu Yun. He was rather handsome with black hair draped over his shoulders. His eyes were clear and bright, and his cultivation was powerful. Many people in the city were secretly apprehensive because they knew that they weren't a match for him. Will he be able to come? Asked Yi Fan. Dao brother Yi, please be at ease. The tyrant king will do what he says and will definitely come back to fight. He won't let everyone down, said Lu Yun in a steady and calm manner. The people present all whispered when they heard this. He was clearly going to charge back, and the enforcers and envoys couldn't stop him. He was going to turn back and fight. Why must he fight in the 50th city of the human race? Asked Yi Fan calmly. During the Desolate Era, a divine battle had once taken place here. The Tyrant King wants to continue writing his glory and make this place the war city of the tyrant blood of the ether bloodline. Everyone revealed strange expressions. Chaotic Battle was truly confident and domineering. He wanted to turn this place into the land of glory for the tyrant body bloodline and illuminate everyone with the divine glory of victory so that the sacred physique bloodline wouldn't lose face. Chapter 1344. How arrogant! Isn't he afraid that this place will become the burial ground of the tyrant blood of the firmament? Longma puffed out white smoke from his nostrils as he strode forward. His bull-sized hooves shattered the bluestone ground. Uncle Ma, take it easy. Don't damage the ancient city, a soldier beside him said. These days, they were already familiar with Longma, the Golden Lion, and the others. A group of sacred beasts wandered around the city leisurely, causing the soldiers in the city to feel pressured. Fortunately, there were no conflicts. The tyrant has always been like this, saying what he wants to say. He has decided to set the battlefield at the 50th city of the human race, and I believe he will not change his mind, said Lu Yun. His green robes fluttered in the wind, and there was an indifferent and otherworldly aura about him. Everyone couldn't help but release a light sigh. The Overlord's divine might was matchless, fighting his way into the depths of the ancient path. Even the messenger he sent out was unordinary, his cultivation deep and immeasurable. What he says is true. Nothing in the world changes according to his will. But one thing is certain, I will accept this battle, Yi Fan said. His expression was calm as he accepted the challenge. A fated battle was unavoidable. The human race's 50th city erupted with commotion at this moment. The person with the firmament tyrant blood constitution was going to turn around and fight against the divine body from the burial emperor star. This caused everyone to discuss passionately, and there wasn't a single person who wasn't looking forward to it. In the past few decades, there were quite a few heroes whose bones were buried in foreign lands, dying on the training paths, but there had never been a battle that drew as much attention as this. This was a huge sensation. I'm really looking forward to seeing the two bloodlines awaken one after the other after countless years of silence. They've come to the starry sky ancient road, and the battle of the peak will be revealed. I've never felt my blood boiling like today. I can't wait to see the final result of this battle. Within the city, the minds of many cultivators surged, finding it difficult to calm down. They wished for nothing more than for the supreme experts of the tyrant blood of the firmament to immediately return and start this great battle. The tyrant hadn't arrived yet. He had only sent a letter of challenge, and the holy physique had accepted the challenge. His voice was already like a landslide and a tsunami, which showed how influential this battle was. Lu Yun's eyes were clear. Dao Brother Yi, do you mean you don't want to fight in the space where the 50th human city is located? But the tyrant has already chosen this place. I told you, the world doesn't revolve around him, Yi Fan said. Everyone quietened down, not wanting to miss a single word from them. This battle affected everyone's hearts, and they were afraid of missing out on anything. The scene instantly became silent. Lu Yun said, Daoist Brother Yi, don't you think it's very meaningful to fight here? More than 100,000 years ago, the 50th city of the human race had an earth-shattering battle that shocked the entire starry sky. Now, the battle of glory is continuing here. Isn't it a beautiful story? What do you mean? Are you provoking me? I will suppress you first. Longma turned hostile on the spot. The Golden Lion, Black Bear Saint, Scorpio and the others stepped forward, following its lead. Everyone, you've misunderstood. I have no intention of provoking you. In the past, the tyrant Empyrean blood was supreme, reigning supreme in the world. Meanwhile, the divine physique was defeated here, his blood dyeing the starry skies. Choosing this place to fight in this era has an extraordinary meaning. If the divine physique wins, won't he reverse everything and wash away the humiliation? Lu Yun replied calmly. Everyone revealed strange expressions. What he said could be considered the truth, but it had opened up the scars of the divine physique lineage. Blood spilled in the outer realm and bones buried in a foreign land. This was a kind of sorrow. Everyone was paying close attention. They didn't know if he did it intentionally or unintentionally. Letting the divine physique fight in this sorrowful place was really a desperate battle. It's not like the divine physique lineage hasn't killed the overlord physique before. Why not go to that ancient land and let the overlord physique know his humiliation and become courageous? Wouldn't that be a beautiful story? Longma sneered. Those ancient regions are very difficult to find, Lu Yun replied. Yi Fan waved his hand and didn't let them continue arguing. To him, there was no sorrow or humiliation. He didn't care about it at all. He was invincible in the present world, regardless of bloodline or the past. I just want to ask, will he definitely come? Yes, the Overlord's words count. Everything just now was his idea. I'm just a messenger, Lu Yun replied with certainty. How long will it take? Yi Fan asked again. It won't be too long. He'll be here soon, Lu Yun replied. During these years, the depths of the starry skies were in an uproar. A tomb that was suspected to be the tomb of an ancient great emperor would crack from time to time. The various heroes had attacked it for many years, and the Overlord had also taken action before. They had to settle things in the near future before they could leave that place. I don't have time to wait for him. If you want to fight, then hurry up and go. But the Overlord said that the decisive battle of the human race's 50th trial has extraordinary meaning for both of you, Lu Yun said with difficulty. Yi Fan calmly replied, Go and tell him that wherever I stand, even if it's less than 3 meters, it can still be a world-shaking battlefield. No matter where it is, he can fight. Everyone was shaken. Even though the divine physique that came from the Emperor Burial Star didn't usually speak impassioned words, this kind of calm confidence made people's hearts tremble. It displayed a kind of neutral and peaceful atmosphere. Yi Fan's conviction was strong. He was calm and collected. After he finished speaking, he didn't say a word and just stared ahead. Lu Yun's heart trembled. Before coming here, he still had some thoughts in his mind. If the divine physique was far from maturing, he could very well make the first move and kill him, leaving behind a good story. Now, it seemed like the other party's calm attitude made him feel uncertain. He put away his thoughts and waited for the master with the tyrant ether blood to resolve everything himself. Do you have anything else to say? Longma asked. It felt that the tyrant ether blood was too arrogant. It wanted nothing more than to trample the Overlord to death with its hoof. Yes. Lu Yun nodded and presented the letter of challenge with both hands. Isn't it just the word fight? Even we saw it. Is there a need to act like this? You treat it as a treasure, but we don't, the nine-tailed crocodile said. The overlord said that if the divine physique can't even accept the letter of challenge, then he will be very disappointed. Lu Yun said seriously. This kind of paper suddenly shone brightly. The bloody fight word on it was even more glaring than before. It erupted with a soaring battle intent. Every stroke was trembling like a heavenly sword chi. The bloody fight word trembled, causing the entire sky to crack. It was as if it was about to fall. Everyone's expression changed, and they all retreated at the first moment. Dong, the sound of a bell shook the boundless sky. It was as if a tyrannical bell had awakened. The tyrant ether blood supreme physique from hundreds of thousands of years ago had reappeared, and a kind of terrifying ripple spread. Of course, it didn't attack everyone. The bell ripple seemed to have a spirit, and they all pounced at Yifan's people. The others could only feel that kind of trembling aura, but they weren't seriously injured. This is too terrifying. It's just a piece of paper and a bloody word, yet it actually emits such a tyrannical aura. It contains the overlord's spiritual will. That's right. This kind of fluctuation is comparable to a saint king. Everyone was shocked. One had to know that this was just a piece of paper, yet a bloody word written on it already possessed such might. How terrifying would a true overlord be? Someone with the tyrant ether blood flowing through his body is truly terrifying. He is worthy of being the supreme expert of the younger generation on this ancient path. This kind of method is truly heaven-defying. Who can contend against him? There were many natives of the 50th human city, and there were many ancient clans. Right now, even some powerful old clan leaders were sighing in admiration. Their expressions all changed, and their hearts were shaken. It's just a piece of paper, yet the overlord physique is formidable. It's truly heaven-defying. The city was in an uproar. Everyone now felt some sympathy for Yifan. With such a powerful old enemy rushing back, even if he was a saint king with a burial emperor star bloodline, he would most likely be in danger. He has long reached the saint king realm. The envoy Zhao Gongyi was also paying attention here. He spoke of the chaotic battle realm, or else how could he have left behind such a terrifying spiritual will? Then what should we do? Yang Shi raised her head and asked with a tender voice. I believe the Tao protectors will appear and stop this battle. They also don't wish for a young sovereign to die now, the envoy said. Runes rose from the ground in front of Yifan, transforming into a hand of light that received the letter of challenge. Even though the word of battle had split the sky, it was unable to destroy the hand of light in the end. This was the embodiment of Genesis technique. It was unknown how many divine roots had been buried in the 50th human city, and there was a world-shaking formation set up to protect this ancient city. Now that Yifan's Genesis technique had reached the heavens, and his feet were connected to the earth, he was naturally able to draw upon the divine energy and make it his own. Lu Yun was shocked and quickly retreated. He originally thought that the overlord's essence, qi, and spirit would definitely cause the saint physique to be flustered. He didn't expect that the overlord physique wouldn't even make a move. I've already read this letter, said Yifan. The paper fell to the ground, and he stepped on it. Ripples of light circulated around him as he calmly left. Everyone was shocked. The chaotic battle was tyrannical, and the person in front of them was also very imposing. Stepping on the letter of challenge with one foot was enough to explain everything. A battle between a saint physique and an overlord physique was absolutely unavoidable. Lu Yun was puzzled. No matter how powerful the other party was, it was impossible for him to be so calm. He could actually step on the letter of challenge without triggering a shocking attack on the paper. He couldn't believe that someone could actually step on the overlord's spiritual power. He walked forward with suspicion and picked up the bloody letter of challenge. There were faint Dao runes on it. Lu Yun cursed inwardly and hurriedly threw it away. He quickly retreated, but he was still a step too late. The Overlord's spiritual power rushed out like a tsunami. Everyone was shocked and retreated. It felt like an Overlord who could swallow mountains and rivers was roaring and shaking a large bell. Its divine power was matchless and could even injure a Saint King. Pfft! Lu Yun screamed. Even though his reaction was fast, his body was almost torn into pieces. He was sent flying, and his blood dyed the void red. Yifan didn't look back. Not everyone knew the 6 seals of immortals. He could easily seal the letter of challenge and step on it. Naturally, he could also release the seal in an instant. Once the letter of challenge was activated, it was equivalent to an attack from a Saint King. Lu Yun had activated it and presented it to Yifan, but now it was picked up by him. He was suddenly attacked, and his body and spirit were almost destroyed. The news that the Saint Physique was going to fight the Overlord Physique not only caused a stir in the human race's 50th test, but also spread to the nearby ancient roads and cities. Is this real or fake? This is like a battle between the younger generation. We can't miss it. We must go and see it to the end. What a pity, there's no divine light platform. Ask the envoy to bring us to watch the battle. The ancient roads were in an uproar as the news spread further and further. What? Yifan is here. That damned Overlord body of the firmament dares to bully my brother. When I get out, the first thing I'll do is kill you. Someone, come, whoever pulls me out of this damned tomb, I'll give him a scroll of the Demon Emperor Immortal Scripture. The news spread quickly, and even some of the cultivators were discussing it. Chapter 1345. Hey, did you guys hear something? The group stopped. They were very cautious in this forbidden zone and didn't dare to be careless. This was a continent floating in the universe, and it was suspected to be the entrance to the tomb of the ancient emperors. Countless experts had rushed over and attacked it for dozens of years to no avail. In this star field, there were more than a dozen similar continents. Some of them were bigger than planets and had existed since ancient times. No one knew how many years they had been drifting in the cold universe. No one could confirm which one was the real tomb. In recent years, several of them had cracked and emitted wisps of Emperor's aura, causing people's souls to tremble. In the end, some people speculated that these continents were originally one and were the tomb of an ancient emperor. However, it had disintegrated for some reason. Every one of them could be the real tomb and couldn't be ignored. However, they were also forbidden zones for life. Countless people had died over the years, but none of them had been able to dig out the main tomb. It was said that one of the great sages of the human race had lost their lives. One of the holy spirits that had sneakily attacked from the outer realms had also died. As for the ancient evil gods that had launched a large-scale attack, 2 of them had perished. It could be said to be a bloody burial ground. Usually, there would be many cultivators here. They were all kinds of teams searching for the immortal treasures of the ancient emperors. Today, the strongest person in this team was at the Saint King realm, and the weakest was at the Saint King realm. There were 5 people in total, and it could be said that they were very powerful. To be able to form a team from the first stage of the human race and kill their way to this place, none of them were ordinary. At the very least, in terms of luck, those who could survive to this place could be said to be blessed by the heavens. The fact that they didn't die after fighting for dozens of years was enough to say something. At this moment, they heard faint shouts coming from the depths of the cracked ground. Naturally, they were surprised. Someone had entered the tomb? This was too shocking. This was definitely a shocking matter. Someone had entered the tomb of the ancient emperors? Even if this continent floating in the depths of the universe wasn't the main tomb, no one had broken through it. This was too shocking. Did you guys hear that? Someone really beat us to it. What should we do? These people were all wily old foxes. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to live until now. They all rolled their eyes. We were talking about the duel between the sacred body and the overlord body on the Emperor Burial Star, and we were overheard by the people below. I seem to have heard him say that the sacred body was his brother. Their hearts jumped intensely, because the main point wasn't these words, but rather that the person said that he would gift an immortal scripture to whoever helped him break free. After all, anyone who could enter the depths of the great necropolis would definitely have something to gain. This is a piece of heavenly sound stone, no wonder it could hear us, able to transmit sound from the distant underground depths. There really is someone down there. They were troubled. The seal was incredibly terrifying, and they couldn't break it at all. Those above, I'll guide you all. You have to follow the correct path to break through. When the time comes, I'll pass down unmatched immortal scriptures to you all. The people below shouted again. The 5 of them gave each other a look, all of their faces revealing strange expressions. They charged into the depths of the starry sky, fighting until today, so they had long corrected their mentality. They knew that they definitely couldn't compete on the Emperor's path anymore. With those young supreme beings here, forget about them, even the most stunning heroes didn't have a trace of hope. Now, they only wanted to seize more natural luck on this path, become the experts of a region, and not focus on the entire cosmos. Right now, a great opportunity was right below. Forget about whether they could kill the people below or rescue them, just taking down the entrance to the great necropolis was already a natural luck. In the depths of the ancient tomb, every single item was a priceless treasure. They believed that as long as they charged through the entrance, they definitely wouldn't return empty-handed. Even though this one has an immortal scripture, I don't have a suitable inheritor. Why don't you all become my disciples? I'll pass down the ancient immortal methods to you all to promote my Tao. The people above were a bit speechless. This person's skin really was thick. Was he asking for help? He was clearly trapped here, yet he still wanted to take them in as disciples. We didn't come here to seek a master. One of them said unhappily. Since that's the case, let's treat each other as equals. This one has been reading the great necropolis scriptures here all year round, and I really want to find someone to discuss it with. I naturally won't mistreat my junior brothers. Apart from this, there is an ancient immortal peach tree here. For cultivators, there are endless benefits. Are you all willing to follow at my side? You will definitely be able to display your brilliance. The people above looked at each other in dismay. Something wasn't right no matter how they thought about it. This person really was a bit thick-skinned. He didn't want to be a master, yet he wanted to take them in as underlings. Wasn't he a bit asking for a beating? One of them said, "How could the immortal peach tree be in the great underground tomb?" A deep male voice transmitted from the depths of the ancient tomb. It naturally isn't the entire ancient tree. This is a coffin, an immortal coffin that only a deity from the legendary era could possess. It was carved from the immortal peach tree. What? The main cave of the ancient great emperor's tomb is here? The expressions of the 5 people changed. However, they quickly calmed down, not really believing it. There is a crack on the west side of the heavenly sound stone. Walk down for a dozen or so li, and you will see a crystal wall. You can see a corner of the great tomb from there. The person below pointed. They naturally understood that the person below wanted to break free. Everything he was doing was to lure them in. Only by moving them would they be able to help. No matter what, it wasn't a lie that this person was in the depths of the ancient tomb. They naturally wanted to find out the truth and see if there was a heaven-defying great opportunity here. Soon after, the group of people descended for a dozen or so li. They really did see a flaw in this great tomb. It was a crystal wall, and they could vaguely see some of the scenery inside. Why did a crystal wall appear now? They were puzzled. Have you all forgotten about that ancient sacred spirit? That was the great sage realm, and he bled in front of the great emperor's tomb. The crystal wall was formed from his stone body. The person in the tomb was extremely patient and continuously explained. What are you eating? At this time, a female Saint King cried out in alarm. She saw a tall and sturdy male through the crystal wall. His hair was disheveled, and he was currently chewing on a coffin board. Evil spirit, he's not human. He's eating corpses. One of the experts felt his scalp go numb as he cried out in alarm. They originally didn't believe that someone could enter the tomb of an ancient great emperor. Now that they saw a heroic male that was much more imposing than ordinary people eating a coffin through the crystal wall, they immediately thought of a few terrifying legends. This is the undying will of an ancient great emperor. He's retaliating. Could it be that he wants to eat the emperor's corpse? It's too terrifying. This is a divine corpse that has returned to the sun. It survived the calamity and escaped the punishment of the heavens. It is related to the ancient great emperor and became a terrifying deity. None of the 5 of them were weak, but right now, they all felt a chill run down their spine. They continuously retreated, not wanting to stay here for even a moment longer. Truly ignorant. This is an immortal peach coffin carved from an undying divine tree. It is equivalent to the main body of an undying divine medicine. It is a priceless immortal medicine. When the 5 of them turned pale with fright, a voice of disdain sounded from within. He's looking down on us. The will of a god wouldn't have such rich emotional fluctuations. Could it be that he's really alone? The 5 experts quickly conversed. They were all a bit depressed. But, eating coffin boards isn't something an ordinary person can do. The saintess felt a lingering fear in her heart. She felt that the person inside was somewhat terrifying. He was definitely a demon king. This is nothing. It's just an ownerless ancient coffin. I even ate the coffin of the undying heavenly emperor back then. Moreover, although the taste isn't that great, this is a genuine immortal medicine. Actually, I wanted to leave a few coffin boards for you guys. Since that's the case, I'll just eat them all. The 5 people outside were speechless. What kind of person was inside? He even felt superior from eating coffins. How strong and thick of a nerve did he have to be able to do this? But after some thought, they felt that it made sense. That was the main trunk of the undying peach tree, a true immortal medicine. This immediately made them feel conflicted. Junior brothers, hurry up and help me. After I escape, I still have to kill the Overlord Heaven's body. I can't waste even a minute. The person below didn't treat himself as an outsider at all. The 5 experts were a bit speechless. What kind of person was this? He really didn't regard himself as an outsider. They were still considering whether or not to kill him and take everything inside. This person doesn't seem simple. He was able to eat the undying peach tree, and according to him, he even ate the coffin of the undying heavenly emperor. He's definitely not a simple person. Should we make friends with him? One of them said. What are you talking about? He wants to be our master. Even if he doesn't succeed, he still wants to take us in as his underlings. Have you seen such a person before? He's definitely not a good person. Let's just think of a way to get rid of him. Don't rush to a conclusion. Let's take a look first. The 5 people outside were a bit depressed and conflicted as they discussed. To be honest, they really didn't know what to feel about the person inside. Junior brothers and sisters, hurry up. Time is precious. Let's act quickly. The person in the depths of the ancient tomb urged. Motherf *Ker, he really thinks he's our senior brother. Even begging others so boldly and confidently. One of them said unhappily. Junior brothers, please listen well. I'll pass on a scripture to you guys. It will be greatly beneficial for you guys. The person inside really passed on a segment of an incomparably profound ancient technique. Dao scripture, this seems to be the legendary Dao scripture. He really passed on a large segment to us. The people outside were all shocked. Several days later, they became even more conflicted. They dug up the tomb while listening to that fellow call them little brothers while listening to a segment of Tao scripture ancient technique. If this continues, I'll really think that he's that senior brother of mine who passed away in meditation. The people in the depths of the ancient tomb began to call them junior brothers and sisters more and more smoothly. They originally resisted it to the point of numbness. They already didn't have the mood to refute and oppose it. They seemed to be getting used to it. Junior brothers and sisters, if this continues, we won't be able to break through the entrance without several hundred, several thousand years. Why don't you guys go and call over the scum with the tyrant firmament blood? I'll give him a lesson, have him break through here. The others all looked down on him. This fella seemed to have no lower limit. Didn't he say he was going to kill the young supreme being with the tyrant firmament blood flowing through his body? Now, he actually wanted others to help him break out. Junior brothers and sisters, it really is hard for you guys to open this entrance. Back then, I used that rare opportunity to enter when the Holy Spirit transformed into the Tao. Now, I can only spread the news and find some manual laborers to break through. Otherwise, we won't be able to open it. If we don't do this, it will be hard for you all to obtain the immortal medicines, ancient scriptures, and divine artifacts. However, you all don't need to worry. Since you are all my junior brothers and sisters, once I break free, I'll give you all a great natural opportunity. The 5 great experts were at a loss again. They really couldn't open it with just themselves, doing useless things. However, they were a bit unwilling to let the news out just like that. Even though there are no emperor corpses here, there is a great emperor's formation. Once it's activated, even if you bring an extreme imperial weapon, you all will have to die. Call the overlord over, it'll be easy to take care of him. I have a way to break free. The few of them cursed silently. Who was thinking about whether or not he could break free? What they were worried about was the immortal treasury inside. If I break free, doesn't that mean that the immortal treasury has appeared? It's all on me. I am your senior brother, it's your natural opportunity. The few of them cursed inwardly. They had never seen such a thick-skinned person before. However, after thinking about it carefully, they really had to make this person come out. Why don't we let him become one of us? I feel like this person definitely has some redeeming qualities. That's true. Otherwise, how could he have lived until now? I want to give him a beating. This was their secret discussion. Several days later, a shocking piece of news spread out. The overlord left the continent he conquered, slaughtering his way towards another continent that might have an emperor's tomb. So what if you have the tyrant Empyrean blood in your body? I can suppress you with a single hand. In the depths of the ancient tomb, a certain person spoke extremely arrogantly. The overlord's expression was cold. He didn't do it for anything else, he just wanted to open the great tomb and obtain the immortal treasury inside. He didn't react to this type of provocation. This fella is truly daring, provoking the overlord. Isn't he scared of being killed by a young supreme being the instant the ancient tomb is opened? Do you think someone who wanted to become our master and directly became our senior brother can be a refined and courteous person with integrity? He's definitely not a good person. The 5 great experts discussed. They were full of disdain and sorrow. The entire star domain was shaken. The overlord originally wanted to fight against the divine body, but now, he actually temporarily put everything aside and attacked an ancient tomb first. Many people were drawn over. I feel like he really is acquainted with the divine body. He seems to want to share some of the burden and keep the overlord here. One of the 5 great experts made this judgment. A great commotion was set off in the depths of the cosmos. During these past few years, no one could enter the depths of the ancient tomb. Now, they unexpectedly found out that someone succeeded. How could this be shocking? Many experts hurried over, all of them paying close attention. Quite a few people entered, wishing to open the emperor's tomb and obtain the divine treasury. During this process, they naturally saw a shameless expert challenging the tyrant emperor in blood. Even though he was in the depths of the ancient tomb, he still wanted to fight against the overlord. Everyone was in an uproar, stirring up great waves. Even more people hurried over. If you want to fight against Yifan, you have to pass through me first. Fight until the overlord spits out blood and kneel down before me. The people in the ancient tomb were arrogant to the extreme, leaving everyone speechless. The battle between the divine body and the overlord body was thus brought to a new high point. A storm was brewing. Before the confrontation between two great unmatched physiques, this type of expert's provocation naturally drew even more people's attention. Chapter 1346. The competition on the ancient path was intense. It was unknown how many heroes had fallen, their bones buried in foreign lands. However, who would look back for them? A pile of white bones wouldn't draw any attention. This was a path soaked in blood, destined to be cruel. It was accompanied by the loneliness of experts, and in the end, only a single person's glory could be achieved. After all these years, everyone was already used to the deaths of heroes one after another. Only the battle between the divine body and the overlord body was different, drawing the attention of all cities. This was a battle between experts, worthy of the attention of all experts on the starry sky ancient path. What? The exceptional overlord was injured. This is the first time in decades that he suffered such a serious injury. It's simply a bit inconceivable. This really is shocking. The young supreme being with the tyrant firmament blood flowing through him actually, almost died. It's unbelievable. Up ahead, there was a great commotion. Mountains and rivers collapsed. The ancient tomb released strands of emperor might. The overlord flew out horizontally, his entire body covered in purple blood. Divine splendor shone resplendently, his wounds were densely packed. He was on the verge of breaking apart. No one would have expected that the young supreme being of the tyrant firmament bloodline would be injured on this ancient continent floating in the cosmos. Even someone as powerful as his undying body was almost torn apart. In the ancient tomb, a mysterious expert challenged. The tyrant firmament body appeared, wanting to break through the entrance of the ancient emperor's tomb to seize the heaven-defying natural luck. In the end, the formation patterns inside revived, almost killing him. Everyone saw this scene, their hearts jumping. After all these years, this was the first time the overlord was injured. He had always been unrivaled on the ancient path. Hong. The power of the great emperor was astonishing. A wave of heaven overflowing primal chaos rumbled as it descended. It was as if the 9 heavens Milky Way descended, submerging the entrance of the ancient tomb. The exceptional overlord was sent flying just like that. Just a slight graze from the edge of an emperor pattern was already like this. One could well imagine how terrifying it was. The exceptional overlord was too arrogant. When he saw that someone could enter the tomb, he believed himself to be unrivaled in the younger generation, the most powerful supreme being. As such, he directly charged in, but in the end, he suffered a mishap. Everyone was greatly shaken. It wasn't that the tyrant firmament body wasn't strong enough, but rather that the dignity of the ancient emperors couldn't be blasphemed. Being seriously injured after attacking the tomb like this wasn't anything strange. Purple tyrant blood boiled and rushed into the heavens. The tyrant king's injuries were healed on the spot. He possessed a heaven-defying divine technique. The blood on his body flowed in reverse and his wounds healed on the spot. His essence energy rapidly rose. It was shocking that he could recover so quickly after suffering such a heavy injury. That guy in the tomb is not easy to deal with. He must have triggered the Emperor rune at the exit. Otherwise, how could we be fine after attacking for so long? Definitely. There's no way he's a kind and honest person. Just look at how he wants to take us in as his disciples. His skin is boundlessly thick. The 5 great experts discussed in secret. They had witnessed everything with their own eyes and understood more than others. Naturally, they knew more details. No one knew how long this ancient continent had been floating in the universe. It was suspected to be the mausoleum of the great ancient emperors, so it wasn't shameful for the tyrant to be injured. After all, not only had a great sage of the human race, 2 ancient evil gods of the non-human kind, and a holy spirit perished on similar continents. This further displayed how extraordinary the tyrant Ether Blood was. It was revered as one of the supreme beings of the younger generation. It was truly heaven-defying. The boundless primal chaos mist receded. The great ancient emperor's aura was restrained. The tyrant king sat on top of an ancient peak. His entire body was submerged in purple energy. It seemed like his injured body had recovered, but he didn't get up. Some people guessed that his foundation might have been injured. Suddenly, a terrifying figure flew over. It was so fast that the naked eye couldn't follow its trajectory. Even time seemed to be flowing in reverse and the void was distorting. Hong. This person's figure became indistinct. He rushed over to the tyrant king and smashed out with a fist. He was powerful to the extreme. Even the heavens were shattered by him. The river of time seemed to be flowing in reverse. The tyrant king opened his eyes. 2 streaks of purple divine lightning shot out, tearing apart the void. He smashed out with his fist to resist the incoming person. The entire heavens were shattered. Dazzling light erupted there. It was as if a sun had exploded. It spread into the cosmos and swept through this region. It was extremely dazzling and terrifying. Everyone was stupefied. This person was too powerful. He actually dared to kill the tyrant king who was currently recovering. He was definitely one of the supreme beings of the younger generation. Otherwise, why would he dare to take action? It was because even though the tyrant king ether body was injured, it wasn't something an ordinary person could contend against. Only those few people had a chance. That place was incomparably tyrannical. It was as if 2 archaic deities were fighting. Resplendent light completely submerged the heavens. Nothing could be seen except the boundless Tao ripples. Ah, a saint king cried out miserably. It was only because he didn't have time to retreat that he was swept by the blazing light ripples. He was directly cut into 2 and fell high up in the sky. His blood dyed the skies red. In the distance, everyone was scared. What kind of battle prowess was this? The mysterious person's battle prowess was unmatched. The tyrant king was also matchless and valiant. This was merely the aftermath of their battle, yet it already possessed such terrifying power. It was simply enough to sweep through an entire region. In that place, there was a type of aura of an unmatched overlord that required all creatures to bow their heads in worship. It made everyone's hearts tremble. Disguise. You aren't injured. A divine voice transmitted over. It instantly disappeared into the distance, merging into the dark cosmos and tearing through the skies. Hong Long. The tyrant king smashed out a fist from behind. His purple battle body tore apart the void. Boundless fluctuations rushed into the ice-cold cosmos, making even the stellar domain tremble. Terror overflowed into the heavens as he chased after the other party. Everyone was shocked. That person just now was definitely one of the young supreme beings. Otherwise, how could he have such shocking level of power? He suppressed everyone. Who is he? He's too powerful. He wants to use this opportunity to kill the tyrant king. Is it the great demonic god ancient wasteland who swept through the universe, or Di Tian who ruled the road ahead? This made everyone tremble. The 2 left, but the aftermath of the great battle was still vast and mighty. They believed that they were far from being able to compare. Many people's bodies were actually convulsing under this kind of matchless divine might. The few young supreme beings had never carried out a great life and death battle before. If they couldn't kill in one strike, they wouldn't take action under normal circumstances. Just now, there was finally someone who couldn't hold back any longer. And what made everyone's hearts pound intensely was that the Tyrant King wasn't injured at all. All of this was a disguise. He guessed that someone would take action against him, so he wanted to see exactly who it was that bore hostility towards him. Hong Long. Between heaven and earth, purple energy overflowed into the heavens. The Tyrant King towered there, his black hair scattering behind him. Purple lightning erupted from his eyes, making him look like an ancient deity. He possessed a type of aura that could devour mountains and rivers, as if he was the sole ruler of this world. He took a step down from the starry sky, and like a deity descending into the mortal world, he once again descended onto this continent. The exceptional overlord had always been unrivaled among the challengers. Regardless of whether it was in the past or now, it had always been like this. No one had been able to injure him. Purple energy surged from his body, and strand after strand fell down like a great waterfall. It engulfed the boundless great earth, vast and mighty in the heavens. It was as if there wasn't anyone in this world that could shake him. He looked down on everything under the heavens, and looked down on everything. He didn't suffer any injuries. What happened just now was a deliberate disguise. After this shocking truth was revealed, it could be said to be a type of greatest intimidation for the heroes of this continent. Did the Tyrant King want to get rid of an opponent just now? What a pity, he didn't get what he wanted. Who could contend against him on the ancient starry sky path? Everyone's restraining fear towards him deepened. This person with the tyrant ether blood flowing through his body was too valiant and impossible to contend against. This time, he turned around and rushed towards the entrance of the Emperor Tomb again. He carefully observed it, and he still prepared to attack and open it up to seize the heaven-defying natural luck. The Tyrant King is too powerful. This type of performance has simply cut off the hopes of others. Only the young supreme beings can contend against him head-on and contend for supremacy. When will these people have a true battle? Soon. I feel like after the battle between the Tyrant King and the Divine Body ends, he will go all out and decide victory or defeat against the young supreme beings to compete for the Emperor's path. The area in front of the Emperor Tomb slowly calmed down. Many cultivators on the ancient path moved out of the way, not daring to disturb the Tyrant King. Just now, his unmatched domineeringness had suppressed everyone. Hey, I say, the purple-blooded monster outside, are you tired of living? Why are you always swaying back and forth in front of me? If you have the guts, then come in and fight me. Otherwise, hurry up and kneel down and leave. When the Tyrant King's aura devoured mountains and rivers, ruling over this continent alone, the arrogant voice from before once again sounded from the depths of the ancient tomb. He didn't place the tyrant ether blood in his eyes at all. Everyone was speechless. This person was truly a god. Only the 5 great experts from before silently cursed, secretly looking down on this fellow. He was clearly the one trapped inside and couldn't come out. He was waiting for someone else to open it, yet he had this kind of attitude. Does this fellow have a natural sense of superiority? Is it rare for him to keep hypnotizing himself that he is unrivaled, that he is a supreme being? That's not right. This person most likely truly has a close friendship with the Divine Body. He wants to anger the Tyrant King and make him stay here to buy time for the Divine Body. After the 5 great experts came to this conclusion, they also developed a bit of respect for this thick-skinned person. However, when they thought about how this fellow was so unscrupulous towards them and even gnawed on coffin boards, their slightly lofty image immediately collapsed. They just felt that this wasn't a good person. Do you submit to the tyrant ether body? A disdainful voice sounded from the depths of the ancient tomb. When everyone heard this type of challenge, they immediately broke out in a cold sweat. This person's sense of superiority was too strong. They hadn't even truly fought yet he already placed himself above the 9 heavens, overlooking everything in this world. He didn't place the Tyrant King in his eyes at all. In the following days, there were people who continuously hurried over. They didn't come to fight against the Tyrant King, but rather to pay their respects to the great deity. They all wanted to see and hear just how domineering the person in the tomb was. One has to understand that in the past few decades, there had never been a single person who dared to criticize the tyrant king like this, not placing him in their eyes. In that instant, the great deity shook the ancient path. Many people prostrated themselves in admiration. Regardless of how strong this person's true strength was, right now, he could definitely be considered a deity. He was the only one who said that he could crush the tyrant king to death with a single finger, make him kneel down and swear allegiance. Regardless, he was still alive and kicking, living well in the ancient tomb. "Tyrant king, do you dare fight against me?" That day, another shout sounded from the starry sky. News came from a human race holy city. Another person challenged the tyrant king. Everyone was in an uproar. What was going on? Why were there people challenging the tyrant blood of the firmament's position one after another, wishing to shake this young supreme being's position? This left everyone shocked. Soon after, everyone confirmed that this was a powerful fiend race expert who actually stepped onto the human race's ancient path. He also came from Burial Emperor Star, previously known as the Southern Fiend. The fiend race dares to walk the human race's ancient path? This requires a type of boldness. A single mistake and they would become the common enemy of the entire world, surrounded and killed. This person is formidable. I heard that he is going to leave the human race's ancient path, brought to a different path by an ancient fiend who attached great importance to him. Perhaps this really is a heaven-defying existence. Many people were discussing passionately. The confrontation between the divine body and tyrant body actually triggered so many waves, rising and falling. People continuously stood out, all because of the fate battle that was about to take place. Are you all people from Burial Emperor Star? I'll just kill all of you at the same time. The young supreme being with the tyrant king blood of the firmament finally spoke, displaying an exceptional domineering aura, cold and ruthless. In the human race's 50th city, Yifan learned of everything. Recently, there was a messenger who brought the latest news over, triggering a heated discussion. Great waves rose and fell within Yifan's heart. He heard news of an old friend, and his heart was incomparably moved. He immediately stood out, letting Lu Yun pass the message on his behalf. Tell Hun Zhan that if he isn't afraid to fight, then immediately appear. If he wants to live for a few more years, then immediately disappear from the ancient path. From now on, don't put on any airs of being a supreme being, or else I will definitely kill him. When these words were spoken, it immediately triggered a huge commotion, spreading along the ancient path. The reason why Yifan said these words wasn't because he was extreme or impulsive, but rather because he was worried about Pang Bo within the ancient tomb. He was sure that it was him, fearing that the ancient tomb would truly be opened by the Overlord, and then something unexpected would happen to him. The envoy immediately appeared, looking for him with an anxious expression. A Dao protector has appeared to suppress the Overlord, forcing him to retreat. Why are you calling for battle at this time? If he comes, then come. Who's afraid of him? Yifan said. He stepped onto the ancient path of the stars earlier than you, and his cultivation level is one level higher than yours. You absolutely cannot fight against him now, the envoy solemnly warned. If he comes to fight against me at the same level, then I will fight him fairly. If he uses his cultivation level to suppress me, then, what can you do? The envoy asked. Then I will use any means necessary to kill him. Yifan said resolutely. The envoy, at ##@#yen, Sir Envoy, what are you saying? Are you born from the same mother as that guy in the Great Tomb? How can you be so arrogant? What do you think the tyrant's ether blood is? You think you can kill him just because you say so? The envoy could no longer remain calm. On the other hand, Yifan was relatively calm. Although killing him is quite difficult, it's still worth a try. It's not impossible. The envoy solemnly said, how are you going to kill him? He has been a saint king for many years. Even someone as strong as Di Tian, as terrifying as the great demonic god, and as invincible as the human king have not been able to harm a single hair of his. Which one of them isn't a supreme of the younger generation? Their fame has already spread to the other races' ancient paths, but they still can't kill him. They are all wary of each other, and no one dares to act rashly. Yi Fan calmly said, "In a truly fair battle, I'm not afraid of anyone. But if he uses his cultivation level to suppress me, I will create an opportunity to kill him even if there isn't one. If he dares to come back, this star region where the 50th city is located will be his burial ground." Chapter 1347. The starry sky was boundless, specks of brilliance flickering about, no one able to reach the end. The beautiful starry sky didn't contain many secrets either. Since ancient times, batches after batches of young people on the star path had dreams in their hearts, stepping into the distance towards their own goals. They had fought with their hot-bloodedness, fought with their lives, and interpreted their ideals, blooming one beautiful flower of life after another. Along the way, hundreds of barges were vying, heroes competing. The unmatched overlord was about to face the divine body from Emperor Burial Star. Noise rushed into the heavens, stirring up heaven-overflowing waves, affecting the hearts of many cultivators. This battle was unavoidable. Everyone was waiting. The human race's 50th city was located in the cosmos, not on a planet. Starlight shone brilliantly above, pouring down from the heavens like a silver waterfall. It was extremely beautiful. However, who would have thought that there was too much blood and bones buried here, enduring the great changes of endless time? Regardless of whether it was now or the era of ancient heaven, this was still an important place. Yi Fan released a light sigh. He gazed into the boundless cosmos, the resplendent starry river, saying to himself, how many heroes fought on the heavenly path, full of dreams, full of hot-bloodedness. In the end, their blood dyed the other side, becoming ice-cold bones. During these years, he traveled on the ancient path, seeing too many lives and deaths, quite a few stunning heroes' corpses. Now, he actually felt a bit of weariness. This isn't good, you need to be full of fighting spirit. Yang Yunteng said. This elder was extremely worried about the confrontation between the overlord and the divine body, speaking out to remind him. I am just a bit moved. If I really face him, I will be full of fighting spirit, fight to the end. Yi Fan said. The starry sky had buried too many heroes. Many years later, when the one who reached the peak turned around, he would discover that behind him was a path of blood, countless corpses. Was this the glory? He silently savored this type of cruelty alone. This actually isn't a path of blood, but rather the result of intense competition. Everyone rose up, heroes fighting for supremacy, developing to this state. The envoy said. This was a path that had existed since the era of ancient heaven, the most ancient remains. It was originally a path that could allow later generations to rise up, but in the end, it became more and more cruel. The envoy continued, actually, for the sake of longevity, for the sake of being undying, for the sake of being able to take that step, even if blood overflows the heavens, even if too many people die, it is still worth it. Everyone was striving to transcend time in the mortal world, but up until now, they had all failed. Even the ancient great emperors found it hard to live forever, defeated by the merciless passage of time. Since ancient times, generations after generations of geniuses and geniuses had dreamed of becoming an immortal, but they had never been able to achieve it. Perhaps the envoy's words were a bit heartless, but it was also a kind of truth. If someone took that step, what harm was there in sacrificing one or several generations? It would point out a true path to immortality for future generations. If he truly succeeded, the significance would be profound and immeasurable. His achievements would shake the ages, surpassing even the ancient emperors. Yi Fan walked towards the ancient city gate alone. He was about to enter the starry sky from here. It was still too early to talk about immortality. It wasn't something he could touch at his current cultivation level. There were still other things he had to do. Dao friend, where are you going? Suddenly, an elder spoke. He was someone he had never seen before. Into space, replied Yi Fan. Wu, this old one heard that you are going to fight against the overlord for supremacy. Why did you choose this time to leave? The elder asked. Wherever I stand is a battlefield. He can slaughter his way over at any time. I don't have time to wait for him. Yi Fan sensed something and purposely spoke like this. That isn't too good, right? Since we arranged to fight, we naturally have to choose a place where everyone is watching. How can we miss the appointment? The elder said. Yi Fan coldly said, when did I say that I had to fight here? Aren't you worrying too much? After saying this, he walked out of the city gate, arriving in the starry sky with a single step. It was because the 50th city was constructed under the starry sky, looking majestic, auspicious, and divine. Envoy Li Jun, why are you here? The envoy is waiting for you. One of the city gate guards walked up and said to the elder. All right, I'll go right now. The elder nodded. Strand after strand of silver splendor appeared. There was a formation set up in this starry sky that could gather a river of stars and envelop the ancient city. Standing in this region, one's entire body would be surrounded by starlight, appearing hazy and holy. Yi Fan stood outside the ancient city for a while, submerged in the pure white splendor. He felt a type of peace and tranquility. In the eyes of mortals, they were already immortals, but cultivators didn't think so. If there were immortals, were they also pursuing something? Yi Fan turned around and saw that the city gate had already closed. He softly said to himself, on the ancient path, the great envoy and Dao protectors aren't of one mind either. The envoy of the 50th city, Zhao Gongyi, and a few powerful Dao protectors didn't wish for the two supreme physiques to clash right now. However, there were people on the road ahead who hoped for a world-shaking battle. Some clues could be seen from this envoy. It was to the extent where some of the protectors of the starry sky ancient path might display a type of hostility. Yi Fan naturally didn't enter the starry sky to leave. Right now, the most pressing matter was to prepare for war. He was going to compete with the overlord and fight a bloody battle in the starry sky for the supreme position. In the cosmos, starlight flickered. Yi Fan looked at the huge divine diagram left behind by the ancient heaven. The two ancient life stars were the poles, and the group of meteorites was the dividing line between yin and yang. There were too many secrets buried here. This is my battlefield. Yi Fan took a step forward. The sun and moon reversed, and starlight shot out. He had cultivated the Rho formula to the acme of perfection. He was going to survey this place and carry out a formal deployment. In a battle of the same level, he didn't fear anyone. However, if someone violated the agreement of the ancient path and killed their way back, suppressing him with a higher cultivation level, then he would be in danger. Resurrect the ancient heaven source formation and restore its former glory. Yi Fan moved about the group of meteorites, earnestly repairing one ancient formation after another. Many of the originally destroyed formations were restored by him, flickering with splendor. The resurrection ancient formation required one to be completely devoted. From a certain perspective, one had to engrave one's spirit, qi, and spirit into it. This was why it was called a spiritual formation. He didn't want to restore all the divine formations in this starry sky domain. That was obviously impossible. The amount of work involved was too great. He only needed to set up a battlefield. Among them, there was one formation that he paid the most attention to. When the fourth-generation heaven source ancestor Wu Yi stood on the square of the underworld city of death, the Dao patterns on the formation were profound and complicated. Traces of blood flowed along the formation diagram, increasing its divine might. It was grand and majestic. It could be said that in that battle, Wu Yi was almost innately invincible. The formation diagram played a huge role in his bloody battle against Yi Fan, constantly increasing his battle prowess. Daoist Yi, please wait a moment. A divine sense fluctuation came from the starry sky as a group of people rushed over. The old man he had seen at the city gate was among them. He was the one who had spoken. Yi Fan stopped and looked at them. There were a total of 6 people. Apart from the old man, Lu Yun was also among them. There was also a woman who was beautiful like a flower and the moon, extremely beautiful. The person in the lead wasn't very outstanding. He had a medium build and ordinary looks, but his cultivation couldn't be underestimated. He was a very powerful Saint King. What's the matter? Yi Fan asked. We heard that Brother Yi was about to leave this starry sky, so we specially came to persuade you. Since you've arranged a battle with the Overlord, it's not good to leave without a word, the beautiful woman said indifferently. Yi Fan knew that these people were on the Overlord's side. They thought that he was going to leave, so they chased after him to prevent him from leaving. Who are you? Fairy Suli is the youngest daughter of the envoy from the 81st city of the human race, Lu Yun introduced. Yi Fan nodded and said, my business has nothing to do with the 81st city of the human race, does it? The 81st city was obviously extremely important. As the envoy of the city, he was naturally not an ordinary person. Now that his daughter had come, it meant that he was on the side of the protectors. How is it unrelated to me? The battle between the Saint Physique and the Overlord has already spread throughout the ancient road. I'm also one of the spectators, so I have the right to supervise. Su Li raised her eyebrows and raised her white and round chin, looking like a proud peacock. Ridiculous, Yi Fan commented. Who are you calling ridiculous? You didn't even fight and ran away. You don't dare to fight the Overlord, yet you're talking nonsense to me. Su Li's face was full of disdain. Yi Fan looked at her coldly and said, you came here to provoke me because you think you can kill me in the Overlord's stead? The Overlord is heroic and majestic. Killing you would be as easy as blowing off dust. There's no need for us to do anything. We just didn't want you to run away and wanted to stop you from leaving. When Su Li spoke about the Overlord, her expression was radiant. Her beautiful eyes shone with an astonishing brilliance. She didn't even try to hide her admiration for him. Love-struck fool. Yi Fan casually spat out these 2 words. Su Li's forehead was instantly filled with black lines. She gritted her teeth and was like a female leopard, wanting to pounce on him. Brother Yi, a real man should live a vigorous life. How can we be afraid of battle? The old messenger said. He was the one who sent the message and chased after them. Does it have anything to do with you? Yi Fan glanced at him. I don't think Brother Yi wants to leave. Are you inspecting the battlefield? The ordinary-looking man in the lead asked. TCH, he just wants to escape from the ancient path. Once the Overlord comes, who would dare to contend against him? He's afraid now. Su Li didn't want to give up. She was truly angered badly by Yi Fan's words just now. Yi Fan ignored Su Li and looked at the man in the lead. And who are you? Qi Zheng, the man replied. This is the eldest grandson of the Tao protector of the ancient road, Senior Qi Tian, Lu Yun said, not hiding anything, and pointed out the man's extraordinary identity. What a powerful background, Yi Fan said. Indeed, none of these people were simple. The young daughter of the envoy from the 81st city and the eldest grandson of the Tao protector of the ancient road were all here. It could be seen that the Tao protectors of the ancient road were very biased. The fact that their descendants were here was enough to explain some problems. Yi Fan sighed. Zhao Gongyi of the 50th city had taken good care of him. Naturally, there would be people standing on the Overlord's side. This was unavoidable. I'm already clear about your intentions. If I really want to leave this starry sky, what can you do? Yi Fan asked calmly. Is Tao Brother Yi really afraid? The old messenger asked. I knew he would run. On the ancient road, who would dare to fight against an overlord? Even D. Tian, the great devil god, and the human king would have to retreat. Su Li raised her snow-white chin, revealing a cold smile. Qi Zheng said calmly, "We all know that Brother Yi is joking and won't leave. However, I still have to remind Brother Yi that if you really want to leave, we will stop you and won't allow you to leave this starry sky. Because the overlord said that we must fight here." Yi Fan smiled faintly and said, "Are you guys joking? Those who don't know might think that the overlord has become the great emperor of the human race. You guys can kneel and worship him, but don't force his will on me. You guys regard him as a decree, but in my eyes, he's just a piece of scrap paper. To me, he's just an opponent, nothing more." Everyone's expression darkened. "Oh, are you guys going to stop me together and fight to the death, or are you going to obediently go and mine for me? If you don't listen, I'll behead you and spank you." Yi Fan looked at them. Although he spoke in a relaxed manner, there was a formless majesty to his words. Chapter 1348. "Brother Yi, what do you mean? Could it be that you want to keep all of us here?" The old messenger asked with an unfriendly expression. "You're already so old and your beard has already turned white, yet you're still messing around with the younger generation. Do you really think you're an old urchin?" Yi Fan ridiculed. He didn't have a good impression of this person at all, and it was all because of this messenger. The status of messengers on the ancient road wasn't ordinary. They traveled between major cities. Although they couldn't compare to the guide envoys and great commanders, they were still respected. Now that they were being ridiculed by Yi Fan, they couldn't keep their faces. "Brother, please conduct yourself with dignity. A peerless overlord is about to arrive. You should think about how to deal with this peerless enemy. I hope you can survive unscathed," he said in an indifferent tone. Yi Fan coldly said, "You're always worrying about nothing. Since there's something wrong with your moral conduct, it's necessary to suppress you and send you to mine for 100 years. The messenger's face was full of black lines as he said in a sinister voice, "Do you still want to attack us?" Wang. Yi Fan didn't say anything more. He raised his hand and pressed forward like a five-fingered mountain, emitting the sound of wind and thunder. Moreover, a dazzling divine light rushed up. The messenger was indignant. He was looking down on him too much. No matter what, he was someone second only to the guide envoys and great commanders. However, the divine physique seemed to be treating him like a cat or dog, suppressing him with a flip of his hand. His body overflowed with strands of extreme fiendish energy. This was the dark origin power that specialized in disintegrating divine power. It was powerful and ordinary people wouldn't dare to face it head-on. However, under Yi Fan's golden palm, the extreme fiendish energy melted like ice and snow. With a sizzling sound, it was cleanly purified by the golden clouds. The messenger quickly retreated and wanted to stand with the others. However, the large hand in the sky fell down like a golden dome of heaven, blocking his path of retreat. The guide envoy's expression changed. There was no way out. One hand was like a world that covered this place. He couldn't rush out at all. "Open!" He let out a light shout, and his entire body burned with the lunar mystic baleful chi. Rays of black light burned like a black sun, and he tore open the void, wanting to escape. Unfortunately, it was still ineffective. 9 ancient characters appeared on Yi Fan's large golden hand. They shone brilliantly, as if 9 great divine stars were rotating. They shone with undying radiance. These were the 9 mysterious characters from the Daoist scripture, and they could suppress all living things. Under normal circumstances, Yi Fan wouldn't use them, but now that he wanted to end the battle quickly, he used them. "No!" the messenger shouted. Everything happened too quickly. No one could save him even if they wanted to. They only saw Yi Fan raise his hand and directly suppress him, as if he was dealing with a 3-year-old child. How could this be? That's the tyrant's ancient technique. Su Li cried out in shock. Her face was filled with disbelief. The messenger was defeated too quickly. The large golden hand turned into a boundless universe, and the 9 ancient characters were like gods. They shone there, incomparably mysterious. Yi Fan slowly closed the golden palm. The messenger cried out and quickly shrank. He was like a caterpillar lying limply on the palm, trembling as if he was facing a god. Yi Fan's ancient technique was profound, and he instantly suppressed the enemy. With a light shake of his right hand, the messenger immediately felt the world turn upside down. Primal chaos surged, and he was almost torn into pieces as he tumbled about. This golden palm was about to melt him. The messenger was so scared that his soul left his body, and he screamed with all his might. This was too terrifying. This was truly the power to summon clouds with a turn of the hand and rain with a turn of the hand. How do you know the tyrant's secret technique? You also learned the Daoist scripture? Su Li asked in a sharp voice, seemingly very shocked. The expressions of the others also changed. The Daoist scripture was extremely mysterious and profound. It was an extremely ancient scripture, and there were legends about it in many star domains. However, very few people had ever seen it. Yi Fan obtained an important piece of information. The tyrant cultivated the Daoist scripture, and it seemed like he had cultivated it to an extremely profound level. This time, it was truly a tit for tat. It's your turn. He turned his hand and pressed forward. It was still the same 9 ancient characters from the Daoist scripture. Each and every one of them emitted a divine splendor, and the faint chanting of a celestial being could be faintly heard. The rumbling thunder seemed to be able to suppress the heavens and myriad worlds. These people naturally wouldn't resign themselves to death. One after another, they used their secret techniques, and even detonated a few terrifying saint-grade forbidden tools to shatter this star domain. However, they discovered that they couldn't do anything to Yi Fan. That cauldron floated up and down, and source qi circulated around it, making it impossible for anything to invade. Yi Fan stood in the starry sky, his black hair hanging loosely behind him. He formed seals with both hands, and every strike seemed to be pushing the sun, moon, and stars forward. It was as if he was an immortal king descending to the mortal world with unstoppable divine might. His entire body emitted golden light, and the stars in the sky moved with his hands as if they were being pushed forward by him. The entire star domain trembled as he reigned supreme in this world. These people's expressions all changed. Su Li was the first to scream. Yi Fan formed the sun and moon seal, and a golden sun shattered her saint tool. She was even sent flying tens of thousands of meters away. Her entire body was covered in blood, and her slender body was in tatters. Brother Yi, we didn't mean any harm. How could you do this? Lu Yun screamed as he was swept by the moon seal. Half of his body turned into a bloody mist, and only the upper half of his body was sent flying, spraying out a large amount of blood. Among these people, there was no doubt that Qi Zheng was the strongest. He was a saint king, and during the battle, his eyes were like 2 balls of fire. His entire body emitted a monstrous battle intent. The great sage's magic tool. Yi Fan was shocked. No wonder the other party was so fearless. This kind of thing was truly a great threat to him. To be more precise, this was a forbidden tool. It could only be used a limited number of times, but it could unleash the might of the great sage. For a short period of time, it was equivalent to an attack from the great sage. I've already said that you can't go anywhere. Just stay in this starry sky obediently and complete this fated battle. If you're lucky enough to survive, you can leave, Qi Zheng said coldly. The brilliance in his eyes became even brighter, burning fiercely. It was very different from the ordinary look he had before. His battle intent was high, and he was like a god of war, surging with battle intent. This person was truly powerful. Even among saint kings of the same level, he was at a terrifying level. Moreover, He controlled a forbidden tool personally refined by the great sage, which could easily kill a saint. You're too arrogant. If your grandfather came, I'd turn around and leave. You alone aren't enough. Yi Fan replied. Then don't blame me for being merciless and suppressing you. Qi Zheng said. He held a 9-story ancient pagoda in his hand, and strands of purple qi flowed down. With a humming sound, the ancient pagoda flew out and rapidly enlarged. It was as tall as the sky and the earth, suppressing towards Yi Fan. However, at this moment, Yi Fan used the Rho formula. Dao patterns form thousands of mountains and tens of thousands of strands densely covered the cosmos. He wrapped this forbidden tool and rushed into the distance. He took out the green cauldron. Although the great sage-level ancient pagoda suppressed him, it was difficult to suppress and kill him. With a shake of his hand, he struck the green copper cauldron. Kacha. The 9-story ancient pagoda was originally a forbidden tool and couldn't be used more than a few times. Now that it collided with the green copper cauldron, its lifespan was even shorter. One could see cracks appearing one after another, and it exploded with a rumble. Purple mist and multicolored light rushed in all directions. The great sage-level forbidden tool was destroyed, and a sphere of green light flew out. That was the immortal green copper cauldron. Normally, it was mottled with rust and was incredibly tattered, but at this moment, it erupted with immortal light, illuminating the mountains and rivers. Yi Fan waited for it to retract its multicolored light before putting it into his body. He didn't want to expose this item too early, or else there would definitely be a reign of terror on the starry sky ancient path. Countless experts would come knocking on his door. Qi Zheng's mind was greatly shaken. Not long after, Yi Fan returned, completely unharmed. He tossed the fragments of the 9-story pagoda over, and they were as dazzling as starry river divine sand as they scattered all over the ground. What kind of monster are you? You even shattered the great sage-level forbidden tool. He couldn't help but cry out in alarm. At this point, there was no longer any suspense in this battle. Qi Zheng was extremely powerful, but he was still suppressed by Yi Fan. He was also like a caterpillar that couldn't struggle free from Yi Fan's palm. Su Li fled with extreme speed, rushing towards the human race's 50th city. She dragged her tattered body, leaving behind a rain of blood. The majestic ancient city was within sight, and she was about to be saved. However, at this time, a demonic godlike figure arrived first, cutting off her path. Just a single hand reached out, and it was as if he was grabbing a little chick, bringing her back to the depths of the starry sky. Ah, let me go. She violently struggled, feeling both humiliated and angry at the same time. The group of 6 was suppressed by Yi Fan one after another, and all of them appeared in the golden palm. Their faces were full of shame, and they bitterly hated themselves. Why did they have to come here? Dao brother Yi, let's just leave it at this. We have no past grievances or grudges. Even though we were in the wrong and were too frivolous, we really didn't want to fight to the death with you, Lu Yun said. Let us go. Su Li screamed. Being caught in the palm of a man's hand and turned around to look at her was truly unbearable. Noisy. Yi Fan flicked his finger, and with a puff, her body shattered, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Only her head was left floating in the void. Ah, you dare to hurt me? The tyrant will not let you go. Su Li cried out in pain. If the tyrant comes, I'll just kill him. If you dare to be noisy again, I'll destroy both your body and soul, Yi Fan said calmly, scaring Su Li so much that she didn't dare to open her mouth again. These people sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect Yi Fan to be so cold-blooded, shattering the body of a saint with just a flick of his finger. She's the youngest daughter of the 81st city's envoy, and you're treating her like this. The messenger was so frightened that his face turned pale, and he cried out involuntarily. You're also very noisy. Yi Fan flicked his finger again, and with a puff, the messenger's body also shattered, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Only his head was left, and he didn't dare to speak again. This was a demon king. The hearts of the six churned. This person was ruthless, and his physical body was too strong. He could destroy the body of a saint with just a flick of his finger. How shocking was this? What do you want? Qi Zheng was still relatively calm, and he asked. From now on, all of you are minors. Work hard and strive for a reduction in your sentence, Yi Fan said seriously. The six were so depressed that they wanted to kill themselves. They were almost driven mad, but they didn't dare to speak carelessly. This was a demon king, and even the charming Su Li could shatter her body with a flick of his finger. What else couldn't he do? Yi Fan had 6 more saint-level minors under him. They opened up the stars, searched for heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and excavated all kinds of divine ores. They were very dedicated. Days passed, and news came from the depths of the ancient road. The tyrant had arrived, and his roar shattered the sun and the moon. His aura could swallow mountains and rivers, and he was incomparably powerful. With supreme divine might, he quickly killed his way to the 50th city of the human race. In the end, he couldn't open the door to the mausoleum of the great ancient emperor. In the end, he rushed over along the ancient road, and there were protectors obstructing him along the way, but he avoided them all. The divine light platform had long been taken away, but he had another secret treasure that allowed him to travel through the universe. The tyrant rushed to the other side of the starry sky like a primordial beast. An exceptional battle was unavoidable. The tyrant has arrived. The young supreme being of the tyrant bloodline of the firmament tyrant has finally killed his way here. This starry sky was boiling, and everyone's attention was on them. Countless people were waiting in anticipation. Many people couldn't stay calm, and they thought of ways to cross the starry sky to specially rush over, wanting to watch the battle. Chapter 1349. Heaven Divergent City was situated amidst the wilderness, and it was grand and tall. The city walls were covered in marks left behind by axes and arrows, and there were even numerous claw marks left behind by primeval ferocious beasts. It was like a living history that told of the various events of the past. In the wilderness, apes cried and tigers roared. Desolate beasts roamed about. Mountain ridges coiled like old dragons, and ancient trees covered a vast forest. Qitian City and the wilderness were not on a planet. This was a continent floating in the starry sky. It was full of vitality and majestic mountains. Starlight sprinkled down, making it look mysterious and ancient as if it had existed for tens of thousands of years. With a long roar, the clouds moved in all directions. Many mountain peaks collapsed. A figure tore open the void and rushed towards Qitian City. His tall and sturdy body seemed to be cast from molten iron. He was strong and powerful, and there was actually a metallic texture to it. Everywhere he passed, the void distorted, mountains collapsed, ancient trees shattered, and rubble scattered into the clouds. He was like a god of destruction that killed everything. Nothing could stop him. The Overlord is here. Someone in Qitian City cried out in surprise. This kind of fluctuation was too terrifying. It covered the sky and earth like a vast ocean, causing the ancient city to shake violently. It really is the Overlord. He's too fast. Some people in the city felt cold. They were oppressed by a powerful aura and couldn't help but spasm. Suddenly, on an ancient mountain in Qitian City, demonic energy rushed into the sky. Endless divine light pierced through the heavens as an ancient demonic imperial palace appeared. It was like the ancient heaven, majestic and grand. A magical image appeared out of thin air and towered above the mortal world. His black hair was like a waterfall, and in his eyes, the sun and moon rose and fell. There were also stars and rivers of stars. It was as if a demonic god had descended. Are you the southern demon? Those who dare to stop me will die. Outside the ancient city, a dignified voice was full of pressure. This was an indescribable power. It was tyrannical beyond compare, and no one could go against it. The Overlord had arrived from the depths of the starry sky. He was on his way to the 50th city of the human race to fight the divine physique. He had to pass by here and wanted to kill the southern demon on his way. In the city, in an ancient building on a mountain, a beautiful woman revealed a nervous expression. She looked at her brother and said, "Are we really going to fight him?" It was the southern demon siblings who had provoked the tyrant. Nanya was like a deity from the mythological era. His hair draped over his shoulders, and his skin was bronze in color. His body was as sturdy as a dragon, and a terrifying light shot out from his eyes as he stared outside the city. "You can't go out." Right at this moment, an aged voice sounded. Within an ancient palace, a snow-white-haired, withered, wrinkled elder opened his eyes. It was as if 2 streaks of lightning had streaked past. His pupils were as astonishing as golden lamps. Even though he was old, his spirit was hale and hearty, full of vitality. As the sound of his voice faded, the entire ancient mountain emitted a powerful fluctuation. Demonic chi permeated the air, sealing the mountain. The demon god Dharma idol that seemed to be able to reach the 9 heavens and the 9 hells was forced to retract. This was an ancient demon with immeasurable strength. He was extremely powerful and unfathomable. He was precisely the one who came to the human race's ancient road to discuss matters. He accidentally discovered the southern demon siblings and wanted to bring them away. The southern demon was silent. He stared at the end of the horizon. There was a peerless overlord there, exuding a heaven-overflowing might that engulfed Sky Bend City. Your current cultivation realm isn't enough. You cannot fight a decisive battle against him. The ancient demon that was seated in the palace closed his eyes and spoke like this, not allowing him to leave the city. "I only wish to launch a single attack," the southern demon said. This ancient demon still shook his head. Even though they weren't in the same palace, it was as if he could see through everything, even the hearts of others. Those who have the tyrant heavenly blood flowing through their bodies aren't that easy to deal with. Back then, at the same cultivation realm, even the demon race's quasi-emperor had fallen. "I wish to launch an ancient heaven-transforming technique," the demon god said. When the ancient demon heard this, he became silent, as if he was thinking to himself. He didn't say anything for a long time. Suddenly, there was a strange fluctuation that transmitted over from the ancient city. 2 figures rushed into the sky, flying out of the city and entering the barren mountain ridges. They were actually going to face the Overlord head-on. These were fiend race experts from the other side. They descended together with the ancient demon on the human race's ancient path. Their strength was at a horrifying level. During these past few days, they felt hostility towards the southern demon. It was because the ancient demon attached too much importance to them. These 2 were exceptional geniuses from the fiend race's ancient path, their cultivation realms higher than the southern demons. They accompanied their race's giants to visit the human race, yet now, they weren't treated with as much importance as the southern demon. They wanted to prove themselves, fight against the human race overlord and kill him. They were both at the Saint King realm, so they had absolute confidence. They hadn't tasted defeat even now, sweeping through everything before them on the starry sky ancient path. "Come back." The ancient demon released a low shout. He didn't expect these 2 to act on their own. Unfortunately, the 2 didn't return. They firmly believed that they were stronger, that they were heavenly geniuses worthy of being chosen by the fiend race's giants. They wanted to prove themselves on the human race's ancient path. In reality, these 2 great fiend race youths were definitely geniuses, rarely seen in many star domains. Otherwise, they wouldn't have always won and never lost. One of them opened his mouth and roared. A heavenly river hung in the boundless whiteness, the scene horrifying. He refined a large amount of starry river divine sand, turning it into a supreme treasure. This kind of divine material even made the great sage envious. Not to mention other things, just this kind of world-shocking divine material was enough to prove the problem. Moreover, the brilliance of the killing light was indeed at a horrifying level. The heavenly river stretched across the sky, connecting to outer space, borrowing the power of the stars to form an eternal radiance. Even a grain of rice can release light? The overlord sneered. He was like a demonic mountain, majestic and unmoving. Only when the starry river rushed over did he release a roar. This was like a doomsday disaster, engulfing the great earth. Mountains collapsed and the stars seemed to be trembling. The starry river in the sky collapsed, scattered by the overlord's roar. The multicolored light was dense, scattering into the void in strands. At the same time, this fiend race genius screamed miserably. His body was tattered and covered in blood, almost directly shattering. Wang! The other fiend race genius also took action. Almost at the same time, a jade gourd turned into a mountain. The mouth of the gourd was like a black hole, about to swallow the overlord inside. The jade gourd's entire body was sparkling and translucent, sparkling with brilliance. It was a rare precious artifact, its brilliance endless. Hun Zhan released a cold snort, not treating the Holy King magical artifact as anything at all. He rushed towards the black hole-like mouth of the gourd. He extended his arm, brandishing an overlord fist, releasing undying immortal splendor. The mouth of the gourd was like a giant whirlpool, swallowing the overlord. However, his fist was too hard. When it smashed into the gourd's wall, a crisp kacha sound was actually released. This was the Nine Heavens Divine Jade, an undying Holy King-level gourd forged from blue sky divine jade. It was broken into pieces, unable to stop his flesh, directly exploding. His exceptional divine bravery could be seen from this. Pooh! The gourd's owner's body split apart, flowing out strands of blood. His body swayed, almost hacked apart, flying outwards. Even you fiend race remnants want to stop me? You can't even withstand a single blow. If you dare to appear before me, I'll wipe you all out, said the overlord coldly. Things happened too suddenly. Two rare geniuses were heavily injured in a single exchange. They didn't even have the slightest ability to resist. It was truly shocking. Hong Long. The overlord made his move, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack. It was simply the difference between heaven and earth when compared to those two. The two's bodies rapidly retreated under the shadow of the overlord's fist, but they were still brushed by it. With two pu sounds, half of their bodies rotted away. It was difficult for them to resist the overlord, and they were directly half crippled. Blood dyed the vast sky red. Enough. Within Chitian City, the fiend race giant snorted coldly. He stretched out a large hand to grab forward, wanting to stop the overlord, not letting him harm the two. Dao friend, this is the human race's ancient road. In the depths of the starry sky, a cold voice suddenly sounded, as if it was somewhat dissatisfied. A giant cauldron appeared, piercing through the cosmos to meet that large hand, blocking the way forward. With a rumble, it was as if the heavens and earth had collided. Yin and Yang clashed chaotically, and the primal chaos dispersed in all directions. This time, the confrontation was monstrously terrifying. It was a confrontation at the level of the great sage. What? There's a protector behind the overlord? No wonder he could avoid the other protectors and come all the way here. Many people in the city were astonished. This was a very clear signal. There was someone among the human protectors standing on the overlord's side. If they didn't stop him from killing the divine physique, the consequences would be dire. The overlord was extremely powerful and fearless. Even when facing the fiend race giant, he didn't cower. He opened his mouth and inhaled. The two great experts of the fiend race immediately shrunk and were swallowed into his mouth. Blood splashed out. This was a very cruel scene. He directly devoured the two great geniuses of the fiend race, leaving nothing behind. Chitian City was in absolute silence. I have no intention of helping the tyrant bloodline of the Firmament Tyrant, but I won't allow the fiend race giant to attack my race's ancient road. The human protector transmitted his voice through the starry sky. However, who could believe it? He was definitely protecting the Overlord. If one thought about it carefully, he was supporting the Overlord in killing the divine physique. Too terrifying. How powerful is his strength? He actually devoured 2 Saint Kings. Rumor has it that they were 2 geniuses of the fiend race. Everyone was shaken. The handsome talents that came with the fiend race giant were naturally extraordinary, but they were devoured by the Overlord in one gulp. The trace of blood that trickled down from the corner of his mouth made everyone tremble in fear. Wang! The ancient demon rushed out and disappeared into the depths of the starry sky. The great cauldron trembled and also left. The 2 protectors faced each other. Moreover, at this moment, the southern demon rushed into the sky. His black hair scattered behind him, and his body was as sturdy as a dragon. He flickered with a bronze precious splendor, and there were strands of demonic aura around him. Big brother! Qi Huishui cried out in alarm from behind. You guys only came from the Emperor Burial Star, yet you still dare to act like a hero? I'll kill all of you. The Overlord said coldly. Chang, Emperor Blood Soil, Divine Phoenix Stone, Demon God Wood, and dozens to 100 other strange and rare materials appeared. They densely packed together and formed an ancient formation that engulfed this heaven and earth. This is... What a terrifying demonic force. The people in the city were all alarmed and incomparably terrified. Many people directly knelt down. This was a type of ancient formation that was carved in imitation of the legendary Demon Emperor's formation. The true Demon Emperor's formation diagram had long been lost in this world, and this kind of incomplete Tao pattern that was restored was just as terrifying. The peerless Overlord rushed left and right like a true dragon. He shattered the heavens and cracked the continents below as if he was going to destroy the world. This remnant formation that imitated the Demon Emperor's formation diagram displayed an extremely great might. It was able to destroy everything in its path and refine a peak Saint King into a pool of pus and blood. Its divine might was truly world-shaking. Hong! Emperor Blood Earth, Divine Phoenix Stone, Demonic Divine Wood, and several 10s to 100 other rare formation materials were all shining, trapping the Overlord. They were going to obliterate him, and then the sky dome collapsed. The killing formation wrapped around the Overlord and brought him into the dimensional space. Within the city, everyone was absolutely silent. The magnificent Overlord, who was peerless among his peers and could be considered a peerless genius, was actually suppressed by someone and forced into a formation. It was unknown where he was. It was truly shocking. Big brother. Qi Huishui revealed a joyous expression. She never thought that the southern demon could suppress the Overlord of the Tyrant Heaven's bloodline. Everyone was astonished and shaken. Only the southern demon frowned and sighed. So many precious formation materials, yet they can only suppress him for 3 days at most. In reality, after only 2 days, a loud sound rang out. A large part of the cosmos space collapsed, and a demon-like existence rushed out. The Overlord directly attacked. The demon god sighed and said, "My cultivation level isn't as high as his. Even if I use the ancient heaven transformation technique, I most likely won't be able to resist. People from the Emperor Burial Star are mediocre. I'll kill you all thoroughly," the Overlord said coldly. However, his expression quickly changed. This was because the 3 powerful fluctuations of the demon race's Tao Protector and the human race's Tao Protector had appeared. This was a great deterrence to him. The Overlord glanced back and instantly disappeared into the distance. His body emitted a faint light and directly disappeared. He actually pierced through the cosmos. He had an artifact on him that was comparable to the Divine Light platform, but no one knew what it was. Truly amazing. That artifact of his seems to have the aura of a deity's will. In the end, the ancient demon came to this conclusion. Deity's will was rumored to be an evil will formed after the death of a deity. In reality, it was most likely evolved from the evil will of an ancient great emperor after his death. The Overlord's secret artifact contained the aura of a deity's will. This was truly terrifying. 2 human Dao protectors appeared here in addition to a demonic magnate. This was truly a grand scene. The aura they emitted was suffocating. It's getting more and more complicated. He obtained an ancient artifact left behind by a deity's will. After reaching this conclusion, even the Dao protector was astonished. The frightening power of the artifact was one aspect, but this involved an indescribable creature like the deity's will. It was certainly related to the deceased great emperors. It was difficult to say whether this was good or bad. Stop him at the 50th human city. No, let's take a look first. You want him to kill the divine physique, right? I know you favor the tyrant Empyrean bloodline. The 2 human Dao protectors opposed each other. Their attitudes toward the young supreme of the tyrant Empyrean bloodline were completely different. Boom! In the 50th human city, the sky collapsed as a fiend-godlike shadow rushed out. It then opened a jar artifact and a purple Qilin rushed out with a terrifying aura. This entire stellar domain began to rumble with power. Upon closer inspection, this purple creature was quite different from ordinary Qilin beasts. Its entire body was covered in sparkling and translucent scales without a single flaw. It was so powerful that it made people tremble. Its bloodline was pure and its cultivation was profound. It could be called the king of beasts and would be the future supreme beast. The Overlord sat on the purple Qilin and held a blood-colored spear in his hand. He was like a demonic god from the underworld, and his entire body emitted a monstrous might. Divine physique, I'm here to die. His voice rumbled and shook the 50th human city violently as if it was about to collapse. Even the surrounding star fields were shaking and trembling. Chapter 1350. The Overlord had arrived. The day had finally arrived. The battle between the divine physique and the Overlord had been a hot topic of discussion for the past few days. Everyone was paying close attention and looking forward to this battle. One came from the Emperor Burial Star. There were too many secrets there. It was the burial place of the great ancient emperors and also the place where the path to immortality had opened. There were too many secrets buried there. The other had its own mother star. This bloodline had established an illustrious and unrivaled reputation in the legendary era. It had existed for tens of thousands of years and was still flourishing today, looking down on the universe. The Overlord held his spear horizontally. He was like a demonic god that had descended from the heavens. His body was covered in black metal divine clothes that covered his head and feet. His entire body was shrouded in a mysterious and oppressive aura. In his hand, he held an ancient spear that was as red as blood. It emitted a monstrous killing intent as if it had drunk the blood of millions of creatures. Its cold aura made even saints tremble. Many powerful cultivators rushed out of the human race's 50th city and entered the dark cosmos. They felt such power and coldness. Their bodies were cold and almost trembled. Just how strong is the Overlord? I'm afraid no one knows. His battle prowess was difficult to estimate. In all these years, no one had ever been able to force him to use his full strength. He was like an undefeatable god. His prestige weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. One man and one horse stood there. When they roared, the entire starry sky trembled. The human race's 50th city shone. The protective formations of the city were activated and automatically defended. The experts who entered the cosmos could still stand firm at first, but later on, they couldn't help but retreat. That was because the peerless killing intent became more and more powerful. It swept past, making many people's hair fall off. The coldness was bone-piercing and the killing intent was boundless. Many people trembled and couldn't help but retreat. They simply couldn't believe all of this. They were so far away, yet they couldn't bear the overlord's killing intent. Everyone asked themselves in their hearts, if they were the ones fighting, how would they be able to fight? They might be shattered by the overlord's aura before they could even make a move. They wouldn't even be able to get close. Boom! In the human race's 50th city, a wave of golden blood energy rushed up like a pillar that supported the heavens. It pierced through the starry sky, covering the sky and covering the earth. It surged and shook the starry sky. A slender and robust figure appeared. His black hair was scattered behind him, and his eyes were deep. His roar shook the starry skies. A Longma horse, its entire body emitting fiery light, stepped across the sky. The horse's hooves were like the beating of a divine drum, full of rhythm. Berserk energy fluctuated, ear-splitting. The figure sat on the Longma and soared into the sky, arriving in the starry sky. Starlight sprinkled down, thousands upon thousands of strands like a silver waterfall, making him look like a supreme being who had crossed realms to battle. One man and one horse were too fast. They appeared in the universe, far away from the 50th city of the human race. It was Yi Fan and Longma. The golden blood in his entire body surged, and an exceptional battle intent pervaded the air. At this moment, there was a mountain-devouring might as he faced the overlord head-on. It was as if an ancient deity had been revived. "You're here. Come and receive your death." On the other side, the tyrant said coldly. His entire body was covered in a cold black metal armor, and he was so powerful that it made people feel oppressed. There were only a few ice-cold words, but they were enough to make people horrified. It was as if the voice of the underworld came from hell, pronouncing a person's fate. He was confident and domineering. "Who do you think you are? You're just an overlord body. What do you think you are?" Yi Fan coldly replied. He was calm and unhurried as he sat on the Longma, unmoving. Just an overlord body, who could say such words? One had to know that the chaotic battle of the tyrant blood of the firmament was a supreme being of the younger generation. Under the starry sky, many cultivators were shaken. They could feel the confidence and restrained sharpness of Yi Fan. He was calm and oppressive, like a hibernating dragon about to battle in the wild. They had survived hundreds of battles and became saints. Which one of them wasn't a battle hero? They were all existences at the peak of their respective star fields. But now, on the ancient path, it was hard for them to be so confident. They even had to be careful when observing the battle. "You're no good. One hand is enough to suppress you." The overlord sat on the purple Qilin and looked over from the endless starry sky. His eyes were like two beams of demonic light that pierced through the darkness, oppressing one's soul. And at this moment, a powerful aura rushed over like a vast ocean bursting through a dike, like a river of stars exploding. The starry sky split apart as it pounced towards everyone in this direction. "Very powerful," the Longma muttered. Even with its flamboyant nature and shameful temper, it was still feeling apprehensive at this moment. Its large eyes were wide open. Strands of golden essence energy seeped out from Yi Fan's pores and fell down, cutting off that aura and returning this place to peace. Meanwhile, many cultivators in the distance couldn't block it. Each and every one of them had pale faces as they staggered back in fear. They looked as if they had seen a malicious spirit. Exceptional killing intent surged and cracks appeared in the starry sky. This was a type of intimidation. The aura released by the overlord was enough to make the enemy tremble in fear. If they truly fought, just how powerful would it be? Nothing more than this. If we were fighting at the same cultivation realm, taking your head would be as easy as pulling out weeds. Yi Fan said. Within his calmness was a type of coldness as he opposed the overlord with equal harshness. Everyone's minds jumped. This was impossible. The overlord's power was rarely seen even in the present and past. Unmatched in the same cultivation realm, who could contend against him, was a very good explanation. Only in this golden age could there barely be someone who could match him. Otherwise, once this type of figure appeared, all of his peers could only live in his shadow, unable to contend against him. Huh! The overlord laughed loudly, unbridled and full of coldness. There was a type of spirit as if he was unrivaled under the heavens. He was high up above, not placing everything in his eyes. When he sat down, that purple qilin raised its head and hissed. Its mental force moved the cosmos, shaking his head until it felt like it was going to split apart, simply about to explode. This was a rare descendant of a qilin with a noble bloodline. It made one suspect that it was a true immortal qilin's child that was left behind in this world. Its body was purple and dazzling, sparkling and translucent. Its entire body released the aura of a supreme being among beasts. It raised its head and walked forward, tearing apart the cosmos with its steps. It was incomparably berserk. Everyone's expressions changed. A few people sighed inwardly. This was just a mount, yet it far surpassed them. There was simply no way they could match it. This is clearly the egg of an immortal qilin in this world. After it was born, it grew to its current state. A few people sighed in admiration. They were inwardly shaken, and they were incomparably envious. The purple qilin roared. Its entire body flourished with purple light. The supreme being among beasts' aura made everyone's legs tremble. They couldn't help but back up. Fear emerged within their hearts, and their bodies became ice cold. The Longma released a long neigh, its voice splitting the sky. It didn't sound like a horse at all, but rather like the roar of a true dragon, shocking the 9 heavens. What? Everyone was given a fright. They never thought that this horse would release the aura of a supreme being among beasts at this moment. Even though its cultivation realm wasn't at the horrifying level, its potential was completely exposed. This is, a Longma, the legendary emperor's mount. Everyone cried out in alarm, not daring to believe what they were seeing. They never thought that this horse would be just as heaven-defying. Normally, the Longma would purposely conceal itself, no different from a horse spirit. Only now did it reveal itself. It was truly different from the masses. Its entire body flickered with scarlet multicolored light, as if it was cast from phoenix blood. It released an extraordinary and immortal aura. Fiery light surged beneath its feet, as if it was going to soar into the sky. Kill! The overlord released a great roar. His aura devoured mountains and rivers, and the starry sky trembled along with him. 1 man and 1 mount rushed forward, terrifying to the extreme. It was as if an enormous demonic star was smashing over. Yifan released a Dao shout. Golden multicolored light erupted from his entire body, and dense immortal mist rose. Blood energy swept out in all directions, covering heaven and earth. At this moment, he operated the army symbol formula to attack the overlord, using the man and mount as a weapon. He attacked with full force, not leaving any room for maneuver. Chang, Chang. Sparks flew in all directions from the black divine metal clothes on the overlord's body. It was as if 100,000 heavenly swords hacked down on him. He was suffering from incomparable attacks, King Chang's sounds ringing through the air. In his surroundings, the heavenly dome collapsed, and the dark cosmos was cut apart. That place became a ruined land, and primal chaos mist was even blasted out. However, when faced with Yifan's exceptional attacks, the overlord was unharmed. He and the purple qilin stopped, not moving in the slightest in the void. Only zheng metal sounds rang out. Wang Hong. This part of the starry sky exploded, starting to collapse. Everyone's expressions changed, sighing in admiration at Yifan's formless killing methods. They were shocked at the overlord's unmatched divine bravery. He was actually as unmovable as a boulder. Yifan's pupils contracted. This was the first time the army symbol formula failed, unable to shake the young supreme being of the heavenly tyrant bloodline. This truly was a great enemy that was terrifying to the extreme. He has reached the Saint King level. Now, there really is nothing we can do. Longma said softly. He was horrified. When faced with such an opponent, anyone would feel apprehensive. He was a supreme being of the same level, and his cultivation realm was far higher than his opponent's. This was a battle without any suspense. Forget about the current era, it would be difficult to find an opponent even in the ancient times. 9 secrets, you actually have it as well, but it belongs exclusively to me. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. The Overlord's steps were stopped, but he wasn't startled or angry. On the contrary, he revealed a proud expression. Yi Fan's eyes were cold, and his mind was in turmoil. The heavenly tyrant bloodline was the mortal enemy of the divine physique, and this made sense after all. He indeed had the qualifications to be a supreme being of the same level. In the distance, everyone's minds were shaken. Yi Fan had the 9 secrets, and from the Overlord's tone, he also grasped it. Otherwise, why would he use the word also? Yi Fan's black hair danced about. His eyes were sharp, and his battle intent was high. He didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. The black spear in his hand pointed forward. I'll still kill you even if we're at the same cultivation realm. I'll give you a chance. Come over and fight, and I'll let you die a bit more honorably. The Overlord's eyes were intimidating as he looked down on the crowd. This type of domineeringness, arrogance, and wildness was something only he dared to say. It was as if he didn't place the heroes of the world in his eyes. I'll take your head and send you on your way. Yi Fan said. Hong. The Overlord's divine might overflowed into the heavens. There was a type of arrogance as if he was the supreme being, looking down on the heroes of the world. With the blood-colored spear in one hand, he pointed it at Yi Fan and rushed over. The purple Qilin roared, and the heavens were trampled apart. It was clearly one man and one mount, yet it was as if 100,000 celestial soldiers had descended to the mortal realm. Killing intent covered the sky and earth. Kill! Yi Fan released a great roar, urging the Longma forward. His body flourished with golden light, as if it was burning fiercely. The black spear in his hands released a sharp radiance, shattering the starry skies. This was a world-shocking battle. The 2 individuals' blood spears and long spears clashed. The spearpoint and spearpoint collided. In this type of decisive battle, being able to stab each other like this was simply a bit inconceivable. At most, they would pass through each other, and blood would dye the skies red. Hong Long. The great heaven and earth trembled. Divine light flourished between the 2 individuals. Killing intent overflowed into the heavens, engulfing all directions. Chaotic energy pervaded the air, and battle intent pierced through the starry skies of the cosmos. This was a great disaster. Everyone shivered from head to toe, every single one of them horrified. This cultivation realm, this type of fighting strength, how many tens of thousands of years would it be before they could meet again? This type of young supreme being could only be met in this type of golden age. Even though the radiance was resplendent, it was also a type of tragedy. Only one of them could continue living. Clang, clang, metal trembled. The black spear and blood-colored spear clashed thousands to tens of thousands of times in that instant. It was actually the spearpoint against the spearpoint, fast to the point where everyone couldn't react in time. They couldn't keep up with this type of speed that exceeded normal reasoning. This was a battle at the very peak, the limit of what one could reach in this cultivation realm. Radiance instantly illuminated the cosmos, making all of the stars dim. Hong Long. The 2 individuals intersected. The horses galloped through the sky, each rushing in a different direction. However, a figure shook intensely, and a long string of blood blossomed.